Participants at various centers. Before we start with the first session, which today Engineer T.N. Thukral will be taking, I just want to announce that at 1 p.m. today, we will be having a valediction of the program, and our worthy director, Dr. M.P. Punya, will be here for the valediction. I will request all the center coordinators, they can invite chief guest directors, principals of their institutions at 1 p.m. for the valediction. Thank you, everybody. And now I give the mic to Dr. Shri Thukralji. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, madam. Good morning, all the faculty at the connected centers through ICT. Today we'll be deliberating on evaluating research and evaluation of research report. Though evaluating research is a culminating chapter in a research methodology, but we will also call it as a beginning step because it provides an entry to the world of using research findings, conducting research. It may also help in planning our own research and will also allow to learn from the mistakes of others. Through the evaluation of research, we can identify our weaknesses and overcome the same in our own research. There are many purposes of evaluating research, which include improve research, enhance the use of research results, facilitate decision making, aid in planning and research, identify needed competencies of the researcher. If we talk about the improvement of the research, it involves critical analysis of the research. Analysis is done to identify weaknesses and shortcomings, and also facilitates general improvement in and upgrading one's own research. Once we are talking about enhancing the use of research results, we observe upgrading the extent of using research results. It is possible by analysis of research reports, review of problem formulation, method selection, sampling, instruction, instruments, etc. The analysis will highlight strength and weakness of the study. So in the light of these two small topics, that is evaluating research and evaluation of research report, we will start with the very fundamental, what we mean by a report. The structure of my presentation will be, that is meaning and definition of the report, though we have already done it, but we'll go very swiftly over these small terms. Types of reports, purpose of evaluating reports, key questions, then guidelines for evaluating research report, then checklist for evaluating research report, and a small task. The first term comes report, because we have to evaluate the research report. What we mean by report? The word report is derived from the Latin reportere, which means to carry back. Re means back and portere to carry. Bring back the account of, state as ascertain the facts, tell as news, narrate or describe or repeat, especially as eyewitness, and relate as spoken by another. Account given by or opinion formally expressed after consideration. In other terms, report is a formal communication written for a specific purpose. It includes the description of the procedures followed for sampling collection, and analysis of data, their significance and conclusion drawn from them, and recommendations if required. These are the standard definitions. It is a description of an event carried back to someone who was not present at the scene. A report is a communication from someone who has got the information to someone who wants to use that information. A report is a form of narrative which aims chiefly at conveying information based on facts. The purpose of the report is to give information in mathematical and scientific manner. Narration may differ from case to case, that is, report may be a novel, drama, or any another incident. In a report, suspense has got no place. It has to be very crystal clear, crisp. Descriptions are not needed, even explanations are avoided. The reports do not restrict themselves to just statements of facts. Rather, facts are followed by opinions or suggestions or recommendations. Facts are arranged in a logical manner so as to bring the readers to definite conclusion. There are importance of the reports. Report writing develops the power of discrimination. It helps in developing discrimination power, that is analytical power, organization of the content, judgment, communication, and many other important traits. Then there are various types of reports. These may include oral and written reports, informal and formal reports, informational, interpretive, and routine reports. Still, there are other types of reports. You are well conversant with these: confidential report, market reports, newspaper reports, reports of seminars and debates, statutory and annual reports, special reports. If we see each one of these, confidential report, we come across daily about these reports. Confidential report. If I ask the connected center, सीजू गढ़वा जैन हो गए? नहीं हुआ, कनेक्टेड है नहीं, सीजू गढ़वा चंडीगढ़ यूनिवर्सिटी, अच्छा TIT भिवानी,
Yes, sir. Good morning, sir.
what do you understand what is confidential report?
Yes, sir. We would like to give the answer.
Yes.
Confidential report is we need to get some data in our confidence that to be disclosed somewhere that are important.
Okay, so I give you the proper answer. These are written by the superior officers about the work and conduct of the juniors. Its purpose is not to give facts but opinions. Newspaper reports. These are submitted by journalists to the newspaper offices regarding some situation or incident. In their reports, factual details are given. Third one is market reports. Who will tell? Dronacharya College of Engineering, Gurgaon.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, madam.
Sir, it could report about the trends in the market. It could be in report based on analysis.
Excellent.
Thank
These
you,
are
sir.
written by experts. Their purpose is to give precise account of the trends in the market. Then reports of seminar and debates. These resemble with newspaper reports in style and arrangement of the matter, but these cannot be investigative. Statutory and annual reports. These are routine statements of the activities and accounts of particular business organization, but these also include future policy of the organization. These are meant to convey information to the shareholders, directors, and members of the enterprise. You might be observing that you are getting so many letters, informative letters from various industries or the share market. Special reports. These are submitted by the individual or by a committee. Now we come to the evaluation of research. Why we do evaluation of research? For doing evaluation, we have got a plan. In the plan, we got different steps. That is, the first is the purpose, then scope, then key questions, information sources, methods, and procedural steps. So this will be a plan for the evaluation. The purpose for evaluating research: improve research, enhance the use of research results, facilitate decision making, aid planning research, identify needed competencies of the researchers. So we have identified or grouped in 5 categories. First, we talk about the improve research. It involves critical analysis of the research which is being done or has been done to identify weaknesses or shortcomings. The first thing is analysis. From analysis, we get to know about the weaknesses and shortcomings, and we will improve upon. Upgrading of one's own research. We will apply or we get the knowledge or information from the shortcoming or weaknesses from the analysis, and we will incorporate in our own research. General improvement in the quality of research. So this will help in general improvement in the quality of the research. Second is enhance the use of research results. Better consumption of research. People are doing research, organizations are doing research work, many people are involved, but do that research is being utilized? That is the focus. So better consumption of the research. More discrimination of high quality studies. More confidence in findings. So this will facilitate in enhancing the confidence, more discriminating power, and for higher studies and better consumption of the research. Facilitate decision making. This also helps in taking the right decisions. Decisions to do more research. Decisions to continue a study or program of the research. Whether we continue with the research work or not. Whether to continue a particular program or not. Aid in planning. Better literature reviews. It helps in planning. Better defined research problems. Better choices of methods. Then identification of valid and reliable instruments which we are utilizing during the process of research. Identify needed competencies of the researchers. So we have to identify the various competencies required by the researchers. Better plans for training researcher. A plan for self-improvement. Then topics for in-service education. So these will help in developing or increasing or identifying the competencies required by the researchers. Then there are some key questions. Has a solid rationale for the study been built? We start our research, but before we start, we plan. And in the planning process, we jot down certain questions. Has a problem been adequately defined? Has an appropriate review of literature been completed? We will be seeing all the aspects we will be touching upon through our questions, that nothing is left out. Have research questions and or hypotheses been adequately presented? Because research is systematic and scientific. It is not a haphazard. Has an appropriate method being selected? Has an appropriate method been, again, are the instruments of high quality? Have appropriate data collection procedures been followed? Has data analysis been appropriate and rigorous? Has the study resulted in well-founded conclusions? Has the research been adequately reported? So we observe, and there are very information sources from where we get the information. That is research reports, periodic reports of research projects, research personnel, experts on research, research journals, users of research. So all these are the sources of the information from where we can have the relevant information. Then there are evaluation methods. Review of documents, analysis of the records, interviews, surveys, observation, reanalysis of the data. So these are the various methods we adopt while doing the research work. Now we come to research report. गवर्नमेंट इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज भरतपुर ज्वाइन करेंगे?
Yes, sir.
What do you understand by research report?
Sir, I think it is a report being made on the work done in the research work, and it also find out the solution and the conclusion of the work and the key application in the society of the work.
I feel you are quite clear about the research report.
Thank you, sir.
Once we complete our research work, what we do? We compile it, we jot down in the written form, and it is called research report. So once we know the research report, there are certain guidelines for evaluating the research report. It is not haphazard that only submit the report and seeing the shape of the report we say it's okay, or whatever how we should go about evaluating. There are certain set guidelines. So we'll see some of the guidelines over here. The title. Introduction. Methodology. Results and conclusion. Discussion. Summary. By now I think you all are very conversant with these steps, and once we form the research report, we find all these things are available in the research report. The first is title. We must see that the title conveys the meaning what it should be. Introduction. It gives about our research work. then methodology, which methods we have adopted, then what are the results and what is the conclusion drawn, and the discussion on the results, then after that summary, and furthermore where the further research can be done. So these are the various steps, and for this now we come to the title. What are the guidelines? Is it clear and concise? The title should not be too long, and whatever the length it has got, it should convey the clear meaning. Does it promise no more that the study can provide? We must see. Suppose I take the example of one of the title of the research report. I say that competency profile of electrical engineers. In parallel, there is another title, competency profile of electrical engineers in various sectors. Third one is competency profile of electrical engineers in major sectors of employment. Do you find these three are different? But what we have to focus on, that will tell about the limitation or convey the exact meaning that what this research report is about. So we must be very clear that it conveys the exact information about the work done. So the title will tell before we go inside. Then comes introduction. Yes, please.
Can you go back to the last slide? The last one. So the previous slides, sir, where you have described all the points. Yes, sir. So here the research report what we talked about is for manuscript writing or the project proposal to be submitted for financial support.
I am talking about the research report. Research report is the final document.
So final document in the sense when we submit a manuscript for publication purpose, or
you have already conducted the research.
Yes, sir.
That is a research report.
Sir, then
After you have completed the whole work, then it becomes a research report. The first one is a research proposal. What you have to submit for funding or for getting the approval. Okay.
Sir, but my point is that what is the objective of this? There
What
must
is that?
objective of the work we should to highlight or not.
Which objective do you want?
Suppose for a experimental work, we need to have some objective for the work. Whatever research we are doing, we must have an objective of that.
Yes.
So where will you?
Once you are talking about the objective, it means you are making a proposal, and while you are making proposal, you are giving all these things in small information, that is right from title, objective, then methodology you are adopting, and this will. But you cannot talk about the results and conclusion. You cannot talk about the discussion.
Sir, my question is where to keep the objective part. Since we start the title, introduction, methodology, where we incorporate that objective one.
Introduction will include all these things, man. Okay.
And
So
sir,
I am talking about the guidelines, how to evaluate. Once we are evaluating the report, not preparing the report.
without any objective, why should we do that?
We'll see that there is the introduction part. An introduction, you are writing each and everything. The background you are telling, the objective you are telling, all these things will be there. More? Should I move?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Then we come to introduction. It gives a statement of the problem, then related research, hypotheses or questions, assumptions and delimitations. So all these things will be there in the introduction part. and we'll see that these things are there. Then statement of the problem. Is the problem significant? Is the problem clearly and completely formulated? Because much of the time is required to be devoted on this, on the problem identification and problem statement. Is the general scope of the study adequately presented? Is the purpose of the study precisely stated? Then related research. So it provides research related to the study presented by the investigator. So we have to see that these things are available in our document. Is the cited research relevant to the study presented? It is not only for the purpose of citing. What we have to do, it must be relevant also. Is the previous research integrated instead of merely enumerated? What research has already been done, we must see that it is integrated or it is only mentioned. So we have to see that. Then hypotheses and questions. We have to see that the hypotheses are tested or the questions to be answered are clearly stated, because this will give the clear path for our movement in the research work. Are the hypotheses stated in the form that permits them to be tested? Are the hypotheses or questions superficial? In some of the research, we observed that people write 5-6 hypotheses, and if we ask why for this, बस ये लिखे हैं हमने. It is not like that. We have to be very specific. Write only those which are relevant. Assumptions and delimitations. We have also to see, are the assumptions underlying the study are explicit? Are these assumptions reasonable? What are the other implicit assumptions of the study that should have been made explicit? Sometimes we conceal something, but guidelines are you give reference or give our limitations. How has the study been narrowed down? We fix our scope, we fix our limitations depending upon the resources or the time availability. All these things matter. Then operational definitions. Are essential concepts or terms clearly defined or explained? We are using various concepts and terms in our research report. Please see that these are clearly defined. Are the definitions or explanations are meaningful? Sometimes we are explaining certain terms or definitions at length, which may not be of some use. So try to avoid that. Then we come to methodology, population and sample. Both things will be there. Research, instruments and apparatus. It is experimental, apparatus will be there. Then procedure. What procedure we will be adopting? Then population and sample. What we do over here? Are the characteristics of the selected population and sample, means size, source, nature, fully presented? Are we telling about our population and sample? Is the sampling method indicated? Which method of sampling we are adopting? We have to mention that. Research instruments and apparatus. Are the techniques employed, for example, interview, questionnaire, apparatus, test, whatever it is, whatever we are applying, we must mention. Are the instruments or techniques appropriate for collecting the data? So these are the probable questions, and these give us guidelines that what to do and what not to do. If tests were used, what evidence is presented regarding their rationale, reliability and validity? Then procedure. Is the design or procedure clearly and fully reported? Is the statistical treatment of data discussed? Are appropriate statistical methods used in analyzing the data? Can the study be replicated? So all these things will be providing information under procedure. Then results and conclusion. It's a very important in any of the research report. Are the findings intelligibly reported in textual presentation? Are the conclusions logically drawn, that is based on data presented? Are the tables and figures used appropriately? So we have to see that it is not only making the tables and figures, but we have to see that these are appropriate and relevant. Then discussion. Are the findings discussed adequately and meaningfully? Does the investigator indicate the possible implications of the study? Are these implications meaningful? There is one way that we have to write only,
Hello.
but we have to, yes please. Yes,
Hello, I
please.
am from CIT. Sir, I
Yes.
have a question. Will the conclusion be followed by discussion or not? Because usually you state a results and conclusion, and then following discussion.
I'm not understanding what you are asking.
Sir, what I am telling that discussion should be made earlier than conclusion. Is it not? Just to discussion and then conclusion can be drawn. How can we draw conclusion before discussion?
Discussions on
Hello.
your findings. The
Yeah.
discussions will be on your findings. Once you have analyzed that, yes.
Okay.
Are limitations of the study recognized? We have done limitations of our own, or it is recognized. It is acceptable or not. We have to see. How severe are the limitations of the study? What are some of the limitations that were not mentioned? Because we have to tell the truth while reporting. We are not concealing anything. Are any suggestions offered regarding avenues of the further research? Scope for the further research? Are these suggestions worthwhile? Though we have given suggestions, but are these worthwhile? What are other suggestions should have been offered? So these are under some guidelines, and we see that these, if we follow these guidelines, I think we'll be doing a good research work. अच्छा, announcement अभी कर दो. Sure. अच्छा, there is one announcement that today there will be valedictory session at 1 p.m. All the centers are requested that they may call their director or some expert whom they are inviting. Okay? At 1 p.m. there will be valedictory session. Then we come to summary. Are the problems and the methodology restated? Are the major findings, generalizations, implications and limitations synthesized? Checklist for, now we come to another part of this, that is, the first one was guidelines. Now a report comes to you and you have to evaluate the research report, and there is a checklist that you can give only the tick mark that will help, that will facilitate in evaluating the research report. So there are various small points that will be incorporated in the checklist. So we'll see that. Again, the same points which we mentioned in the guidelines, that is The title, the introduction, problem and the literature review, methodology, procedure used, then results, data analysis, discussion and conclusion, summary and conclusion. This will include. So if we come to the title, the point which was mentioned earlier, is it clear and concise? Does it promise no more that the study can provide? That we have to be very particular about this, that our title conveys the meaning what it should be. Then comes the introduction. There will be two parts of this introduction. One is the problem. It is clearly stated. Is it properly defined? Is its significance recognized? Are specific questions raised? Hypothesis clearly stated. Now, by having this type of checklist, we can only tick mark and we come to know that the evaluation work becomes very easy. Then, are important terms defined? So, by having the checklist, we are not forgetting anything. The second part is review of related literature. Is it adequately covered? Are important findings noted? Is it well organized? Is an effective summary provided? Then procedure used. Is the research design prescribed in detail? That is the first question. Is it adequate? Are the samples described? Are data gathering instruments appropriate? Are validity and reliability established? Is the statistical treatment appropriate? So under methodology and procedure used, we will be answering these questions. Then the results. Data analysis. Is appropriate use of table and figures? Is textual discussion clear and concise? Is the analysis of data relationships logical and perceptive? Is the statistical analysis accurate and interpreted? Then comes to discussion. In discussion, there is a summary and conclusion. Both the things will be there depending upon the research report. Is the problem restated? Are the procedures and findings concisely presented? Is the analysis objective? Are the findings and conclusions justified by the data presented and analyzed? So I think by now you are quite familiar with the process of research methodology, starting from the concept till the report writing part. The only part left is that the ethics are also involved in the research work. That will be dealt in the next session. Now we come to a task. Task is nothing but related sum questions. These are multiple choice questions, and I'll show one by one. You have to jot down on your notebooks what is the appropriate answer for that, and at the end we will share what is the exact answer. The first question is, when a citation includes more than dash authors, only the surname of the first author is cited, followed by et al.
Three.
Three. So more than two.
Three and more.
Yes, please.
Your answer is 3.
Answer is
3.
I am giving options also. So you have to select one. Now we come to question number 2, and at the end we will be giving the answers. Okay. Should I move to the next? When referencing other work you have cited within the text of the report, you should state the first and last name of the author. Use the author date citation method. Use the asterisk and footnote. Insert the complete citation in the parenthesis. These are the 4 options. What can be your answer? When referencing other works you have cited within the text of the report, then you should. These are the 4 options. Whatever you decide, you please write down on your notebook. Which of the following abbreviations can be used in the research report? I give the options. A IQ, B sec, C year, D MO. So which of the following abbreviations can be used in the research report? Question 4. Editorial style specifies that dash should be used infrequently or sparingly. The first option is italics. Second is abbreviations. Third is headings. The fourth is both A and B. Editorial style specifies that dash should be used infrequently or sparingly. Should I move to the next? The factor that should determine whether you decide to prepare a research report of your study for a conference or for publication is the factor that should determine whether you decide to prepare a research report of your study for a conference or for publication is whether the study is free from flaws, B. Whether the study is important through enough to justify presentation or publication, Whether other would be interested in the work, all of the above. So note down the answer on your notebook for question number 5. Question number 6. Which of the following is not true about the use of language in research reports? You should choose accurate and clear words that are free from bias. You should avoid labeling people whenever possible. You should avoid using the term subjects whenever possible. All of the above are true. So the question was, which of the following is not true about the use of language in research reports? Should I move to the next? Regarding disabilities, writers should avoid equating people with their disabilities, such as in mentally retarded people. Regarding disabilities, writers should avoid equating people with their disabilities, such as in mentally retarded people. So this is a very simple true false. You can answer one. You should avoid use of sexist language in research reports. Option is true, other is false. Next is which is more appropriate when referring to someone with a disability. Options are a stroke victim or a person who has had a stroke. You should try to use italics frequently when writing a report. Next, 11th, you should try to use abbreviations sparingly. True and false. I think you are quite quick in doing such type of questions, but I am taking time that everybody can read comfortably and answer. 12th, use words for numbers that begin a sentence and for numbers that are below 10. Use words for numbers that begin a sentence and for numbers that are below 10. Options are true and false. Thirteen, you should double space all the material in the manuscript. You should double space all material in the manuscript. One is true, other is false. These are the two options. You may decide what it should be. 14th, which of the following is not one of the 7 major parts of the research report? The first option is results. Second is abstract. Third is method. Fourth is footnotes. Which of the following is not one of the 7 major parts of the research report? Fifteenth, the introduction section should not be labeled. There are only two options, true and false. The introduction section should not be labeled. 16th, the abstract should be about how many words? There are 4 options, A 50, B 75, C 120, and the fourth one is 300. 17th, the method section should start on a separate page in a manuscript. The options are true and false. Eighteenth, it is in the section that you fully interpret and evaluate your results. First option is introduction, second is method, third is results, fourth one is discussion. It is in this section that you fully interpret and evaluate your results. Next is 19th. Where do you provide a step-by-step account of what the researcher and participants did during the research study? Where do you provide a step-by-step account of what the researcher and participants did during the research study? The first part is introduction, second is abstract, third is procedure, fourth one is design. So these are the four options. You decide one. 20th. References should be single-spaced. Options are true and false. Next is 21st. Qualitative research reports do not need method section. There are two options, true and false. Next is 22nd. When writing the qualitative results section, an overriding concern should be to provide sufficient and convincing evidence to back up your assertions. Options are true and false. When writing the qualitative results section, an overriding concern should be to provide sufficient and convincing evidence to back up your assertions. When writing the qualitative results section, you will need to find an appropriate balance between description and interpretation. Options are true and false. Only two options. Decide one. So this is the second last one. 24th. Diagrams, matrices, tables, and figures should never be used in qualitative research reports. Options are true and second is false. Now the last question of this task. Your textbook authors argued that in qualitative research, it is important to fit the research findings back into the relevant research literature, even if the study is exploratory. Options are two options, true and false. I think you all have done. Now I come to number 1. So what answers you have written?
B. So the first question answer is B.
Answer is B.
Yes.
Please think again. You will say if it is not B, then it must be C, and if it is not C, then it must be D.
No, sir, it's
The
B.
answer is C. 3.
Hello.
B.
Hello.
B.
Hello.
Hanji, yes, please.
Sir, answer is C. 3.
B.
So let us decide. The
It will
answer.
be better if you ask one question from one center.
Hello, answer is C.
Acha, no, I'll ask only one
Hello?
center. YMCA.
Hello.
YMCA.
Hello.
What is the right answer?
C. Here.
As per my latest information. Madam, what is your answer? Yes, please. Speak out.
C, sir. 3.
C.
Yes, sir.
Okay, most of the people are telling about the C, and as per my latest information goes, it should be D. When there are, I have seen the research, when there are more than 3 people, then we write only the first author and by, next is et al. Okay? Then the second question.
Sir,
Yes.
can you go back to the question number 1? Yes, sir. Sir, here you have written when the citation includes more than 3, whether it is in the body of the reference.
Yes, yes.
So the question what you have asked, the author's name will be written in the manuscript part, at the text part, or at the reference part?
Research report.
Sir, in research report there are 2 sections. One is your text, one is your references part.
But
So
you are giving your bibliography or citation at the end.
yes, sir. Then this question is for the bibliography part or for the text part?
Now I think what I am thinking that is the bibliography part.
The question should be clear, but you are thinking that is not the point. The question should be clear. So that
I tell you, it's from the research report point of view, it is the fag end of the report, and there is bibliography, and we see that there are number of authors at some places, and what we do, instead of writing the name of 1, 2, 3, and what we do, we write only the one author, first author, and et al.
Sir,
Yes.
from wherever you got the answer of 4, what is the latest information you said about?
Latest information is when the authors are more than 3, then
From where you got this, sir? That is our question.
because we come across number of reports, and we keep on noting what is the trend prevailing. I cannot tell at the moment which site or which book I just you.
Sir, according to our publisher standards,
Earlier we were writing three.
according to our publishers, most of the publisher standards, in the citation, that is in the text where it is cited, we use two names. Up to two names we will use X and Y. If it is more than two, then we will write the first author with et al.
It had been and it is, but I am talking about the latest.
1 minute, sir. Let me just complete. I am talking about the publishers to whom our papers and our reports go.
Okay.
So, whether it is a chapter, whether it's a book, or whether it is a research paper, most of the places it is like this. In the reference section, we will write the name of all the authors. We will not leave anything. We will not write at all. In the reference section, we will write the name of all the authors followed by the work. But when we cite it in the text, then up to two, one or two, we will write the full names. But if it is more than two, then we are allowed to write at all. That is the standard that most of the publishers are following.
Okay. Chalo, till now, there had been three, but the latest which information I gathered from some place, that was 4. That's why I am sharing with you. So we come to next question. When referencing other works you have cited within the text, the report, you should. What is the answer?
B.
B is the right answer. So we go to the next one. Which is the following abbreviation that can be used in research report?
A.
Gandhi Academy.
Sir, it is B.
It is B, sir.
Okay. Let me ask one collected center. Gandhi Academy of Technology.
Sir, it is B.
Odisha. गलत है ना
चलो और
What is the answer?
It is C. YR for year.
But we are not using abbreviation. The right answer is A.
I would like to क्यों ਤੁਸੀਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਮਤਲਬ ਜੋ ਪੜ੍ਹਾ ਰਹੇ ਹੋ ਜੇ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ ਹੀ ਰਾਈਟ ਆਨਸਰ ਹੈ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕੀ ਦੋਗੇ
ਮੈਂ ਕਿਧਰੋਂ ਪੜਿਆ ਉੱਥੇ 6 ਲਿਖਿਆ ਸੀਗਾ ਮੈਂ ਤਾਂ 4 ਤੇ ਪਹੁੰਚਾ
ਗਲਤ ਹੈ ਨਾ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਗਲਤ ਹੋ ਫਿਰ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਲਿਖਿਆ ਸੀ ਉਹ ਠੀਕ ਹੈ ਨਹੀਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਚੱਲੋ ਨਾ ਹੁਣ
So we come to question number 1 again.
Actually, yeah. Good morning, everyone. I think the very first question which was raised, I was just happened to be listening to all of you. The answer here is none of these is correct. At present, the rules which have been there in APA, or even if you have 6 authors, first time the reference is appearing in the text, all the 6 authors are referred to. And he was, the answer which was given 3 or 4 or 2, no. All 6 authors, first time you give all the surnames, and then when you are repeating that, you can add the first author's surname and use it all. Another thing is, second question which was posed was with respect to the referencing within the text of this report. You should state the first and the last name of the author. Use the author, date, citation method. Use an asterisk and a footnote. Insert the complete citation and parenthesis. So what is the answer here?
Yeah. So when you are using in the referencing, when the text of the report, that is whether in the text of the report, then it is to be done. You can't use it all in references, which was given as answer in the first also. And somebody raised in the beginning of the session, a question was raised when we are talking in terms of the format of the report, right? It was with respect to the dissertation and the thesis which are submitted in a particular area of specialization. It wasn't with respect to, because many a times the papers which are written or the research projects which are undertaken, they may not adhere to this format. But thesis and dissertations normally they adhere to this format which has been followed in the input session. हाँ जी आगे चल ठीक है स्टैंडर्ड डिवीजन
थैंक यू मैडम आगे बढ़ो
editorial style
editorial style specifies that should be used frequently and sparingly. So there are four options.
D, both A and B.
The option is
The answer is D.
D. Okay, it's right. Both A and B.
Yes, sir.
The fifth one is the factor or factors that should determine whether you decide to prepare a research report of your study for a conference or for a publication is, there are four options.
Sir, it is D.
the above.
All of the above. D. Sir, it is D.
D. D is okay. बच्चे पूछेंगे ना जनरली आंसर
ये तो सेंटर बोल रहे हैं सर आई थिंक द राइट one of the audience members said you can shift to yeah you can go to the center and then pose a question.
Sir, we are from Deviate who are giving the answer.
Deviate, I think now you take a back seat for a minute and let other members also participate in that.
Okay, ma'am. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, go ahead. Go to the center. ਤੁਸੀਂ TIT ਕਹਿ ਦੋ ਕੋਈ ਵੀ ਕਹਿ ਦੋ
अच्छा ये चंडीगढ़ यूनिवर्सिटी कड़ुआ
ਹਾਂਜੀ ਉੱਥੇ
ऐड हो गए
ਨਹੀਂ ਆਇਆ ਅੱਜ ਆਏ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗੇ
चंडीगढ़ कड़ुआ so which is the right option? Are you hearing me? What is the right answer for sixth question? Which of the following is not true about the use of language in research reports? We are not listening to you. You are not audible. Come near the mic.
1 2 3 ਤੇ 5 ਬੰਦੇ 6 7 3 ਤੇ 4 5 ਬੈਠੇ ਫਿਟਸ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੀ 5
यहाँ पे इंज करके नोट करते रहिए
बस उन्हें कर लेना उन्हें ले पूछ लेना हर मैंबर तो पहले अपने कर लो 25 पूरे बहुत टाइम ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇਹਦੇ ਤੇ ਦੇਤਾ ਇਹ ਨਾ ਅੱਗੇ ਤੋਂ ਜਦੋਂ ਬਣਾਉਂਦੇ ਹੋ send it to the through email
ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਰਾਤੀ ਬਣਾਇਆ
जो मर्जी होए सवेरे ਉਹ ਸਵੇਰੇ ਵੀ ਜਾ ਸਕਦੇ ਸੀ ਈਮੇਲ ਕਰ ਦੇਣਾ ਸੀ ਕੋਆਰਡੀਨੇਟਰ ਨੂੰ ਹੀ would have distributed the sheets they would have done it in ਉਹ easy ਹੈ and it is less time consuming ਫਿਰ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਤੁਸੀਂ simply feedback ਦੇਣਾ B option ਹਾਂਜੀ ਦੱਸੋ ਜੀ
नहीं right option is D
All are true.
all सत्य चौसठ ਹਾਂਜੀ
regarding disabilities writers should avoid equating the people with their disabilities such as in mentally retarded people. There are two options true and false.
It is true.
So which center you are speaking?
Sir, Dronacharya College of Engineering, Gurgaon.
Thank you.
गुड़गांव चार बैठे हैं
It is true.
Where are the others?
चार नहीं है ज्यादा है सर
नहीं दिखाई दे रहे हैं मुझे
ज्यादा कितने
Ma'am,
हैं?
we are 9 here.
9 ना? हाँ,
9.
9
But how these should be?
9 लिख लो, 9 लिख दो बस, लिख दो ना, तो सर्टिफिकेट इस तो ज्यादा जाना ही नहीं।
ये कितनी जगह है ये?
द्रोणाचार्य, नोएडा और गुड़गांव और नोएडा। दीपिका गुड़गांव,
मैं गुड़गांव ले गया।
ठीक है जी, चलो चलो ओके चलो।
You should avoid the use of sexist language in research reports.
ਇਹ ਪਤਾ ਕਿੱਥੇ ਯੂਜ਼, ਇਹ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆਈਟਮਸ ਬਣਾ ਕੇ ਲੈ ਰਹੇ ਹੋ ਨਾ, ਸੋਸ਼ਲ ਸਾਇੰਸ ਲਈ ਰਿਲੇਟ ਹੋ ਰਹੀਆਂ, ਇਹ ਸਾਇੰਸ ਲਈ ਰਿਲੇਟ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋ ਰਹੀਆਂ। ਦੂਸਰੀ ਗੱਲ ਪਤਾ ਕੀ ਹੈ, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਅਸੀਂ APA ਸਟਾਈਲ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਸਿਰਫ ਸੋਸ਼ਲ ਸਾਇੰਸ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੈ। ਜਿਹੜਾ IEEE ਦਾ ਸਟਾਈਲ ਹੈ ਨਾ, ਉਹਦੇ ਜਦੋਂ ਇਵਨ ਇਨ ਦਾ ਟੈਕਸਟ ਯੂ ਡੋਂਟ ਰਾਈਟ ਨੇਮ, ਯੂ ਜਸਟ ਇਨ ਦਾ ਬ੍ਰੈਕਟ ਯੂ ਗਿਵ 1, ਫਿਰ 2 ਆ ਗਿਆ, 2 ਦੀ 3 ਦੀ, ਤਾਂ ਉੱਥੇ ਆ ਜਾਂਦਾ
ਪੈਰੇਂਥੇਸਿਸ ਵਿੱਚ। ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਜੀ।
ਸੋ ਉਹ ਕਲੀਅਰ ਕਰਨਾ। ਚਲੋ ਉਹ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰਦਾ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਰੈਫਰੈਂਸਸ ਵਿੱਚ।
अच्छा मैडम, नेक्स्ट कोई और मिलाने। अच्छा, देन गवर्नमेंट इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज भरतपुर।
Yes, sir.
हाँ, व्हाट इज द राइट आंसर?
देखो सी,
What A is it is true.
वेरी गुड।
एक इन्हें ना पूछो, कितने पूछो।
अच्छा, हाउ मेनी पीपल आर देयर इन योर
4 तो
सेंटर नाउ?
We are 30 here.
38 नहीं,
But
यहाँ पे कितने बैठे हैं?
you move your back and see that.
आप जरा साइड पे हो जाइए।
Yes, ma'am.
How many are there sitting at present?
All are present here.
All are not here, sir. All कहाँ है? ये 38 कहाँ है? 38 हैं? ये तो है ही नहीं।
30 and 30. 30 only 30.
30 people are there.
1330.
30.
But what we are seeing in the screen that only few people are sitting.
Area is the light is more there so that these people are not visible.
Look, sir. Number 9. अच्छा, IEC group of institutions Noida.
देखो जी,
Where are the others?
प्रिंटिंग
Only few people are sitting. 7 or 8.
7 तो ज्यादा है ही नहीं है, हम जो मर्जी करिए।
What is the right option?
Good morning, sir. The answer will be A.
No.
B.
It is B. The right answer is B.
पर दोनों जो क्यों विक्टिम कैसे थे?
वर्ड ना यूज कर।
की नहीं यूज had a stroke or the victim नहीं।
मतलब
So sir, why we are again and again using the in place of stroke victim we will use long lines. Hello.
But in the research report, we should avoid all these.
Sir, so I am saying the answer is A. We will only use the stroke victim. Again,
Right answer is B.
Okay, sir.
Neutral. Victim है ना? वही तो कह रही हूँ ना, stroke.
Now next question.
आंसर है नहीं। आइटम है ना, एक्चुअली यहाँ तो डिस्कस कर लिया करो कि आइटम ही फॉल्टी है। You should try to use italics. होना ही सेम आ गया।
You should try to use italics frequently when writing a report.
The answer is
false.
Answer is
False.
B is the answer.
The answer is A. Okay. So we
Sir,
go to the
please explain this. Sir, can you please explain that question number 10, how it is become true? How to use the italics words more number of frequently in the writing a report?
You should try to use italics frequently when writing a report.
No, it is.
How come?
No, it is false.
False. It's a false.
False.
No, it's false. Sorry.
That is false. False.
You should try to use italics frequently when writing a report.
You should not
We
write.
should not write. We should not use italics while writing the
Then the
report.
answer is B. False. That was correct.
Answer is B.
It is
Yes,
B,
correct.
sir.
Answer is B. You should try to use abbreviations sparingly.
True, sir.
Okay, right answer. Use words for numbers that begin with a sentence and for numbers that are below 10.
It is true, sir.
True, sir. True.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Below
Thank
10, it should be in words.
It's all right. You should double space all the material in the manuscript.
It is true, sir.
Sir, it is true.
One person is only answering. Okay, thank you.
Sir, again, this is a broad question.
Uh-huh.
It depends on the university rules. As you said, the dissertation rules are very different from university to university.
Okay.
Second, it for depend on the publisher.
If the format is given or the direction is given, then we will follow. But
Question
generally,
is very broad. It's very vague questions, but the questions are very good.
मान लो मान लो गाइडलाइंस के साथ अगेंस्ट हो जाता है ना.
which of the following is not one of the 7 major parts of the research report?
It is D, footnotes.
Right answer.
Sir, it is D.
15th, the introduction section should not be labeled.
It is false. It should be labeled.
It should be labeled.
Yes, sir. Abstract is not labeled, but it's that introduction should be labeled.
The answer is
It is
A.
false.
should not be labeled.
हाँ तो इस स्टेटमेंट false है ना.
Abstract should not be labeled, but that
That
introduction should be
statement
labeled
false.
with one.
इंट्रोडक्शन तो हेडिंग देंदे हो तुसी लेबल क्यों नहीं करदे हो करदे तो हो. It is the statement is false.
The abstract should be about how many words?
It is 120 C.
But in what context? In case of research paper,
Research paper, it should be 120 or
120 for research report.
yes, sir. And for manuscript, it may be 300.
Sir, again, it's a vague question. It depends on the publisher.
I think you are right when you say the context is missing here, so you cannot have absolute answer to this question.
Yes,
Fine.
But
that is why we are silent.
वो तो context ही नहीं है ना, तो छोड़ो. वो ठीक कह रहे हैं कि
the method section should start on a separate page in a manuscript.
It is true, sir. In
That is
manuscript,
false.
it should be.
Excuse me, sir, it is false.
It is false.
क्यों?
Method नाल ही शुरू हो जाता है.
कितों?
नवा पेज
Sir,
थोड़ी
in case of manuscript, every section should start with separate page.
चैप्टर अलग थोड़ी बनता
Methods and procedure is a separate chapter on research.
है. नहीं पर जब की डिस्क्रिप्शन देने
No,
तो method
1
नीचे
minute, no. Excuse me. When we are talking in terms of a research report, a dissertation or a thesis, methods and procedure is a separate chapter and it is included in that. Otherwise, when you say it is this statement, the method section should start on a separate page in a manuscript, this is a true statement. Maybe in a research paper which you are adding, you are not having separate pages, it's in continuation.
It is in this section that you fully interpret and evaluate your results.
It is under
Introduction.
C results.
method, results, and discussion.
Fully discuss with result. We discuss in results.
Sir, it is D.
In
Okay.
discussion, we conclude. Results,
D,
we interpret and evaluate our results.
and that is
Sir,
the
it is
right
D.
answer is D. D is okay.
Yes,
I
sir.
think I think it should be conclusion, not the discussion. Interpretation of result, if you want to write down in a concise part, then you have to write down in the conclusion part.
So the statement itself reads as, it is in this section that you fully interpret. So discussion is actually interpretation of the results
Yes, ma'am.
and
Yes.
evaluation, and it is not referring to the conclusion part. After the results and discussion comes the conclusion.
Okay, ma'am.
Where do you provide a step-by-step account of what the researcher and the participants did during the research study?
It is C, procedure.
Okay, that's the right answer. 20th. References should be single-spaced. What is your response?
Yes, sir. It should be true.
Sir, it should be true.
But I have seen false.
It is all the reference material goes in this. It goes in single space. ਨਹੀਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਫਿਰ ਉਹੀ ਗੱਲ ਹੈ ਨਾ, ਜੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ different sources refer ਕਰੋਗੇ ਤਾਂ different, but ਜੋ nomenclature of the dissertation or the thesis report है, that is its single one.
Qualitative research reports do not need a method section. Panipat Institute of Engineering and Technology. Anybody from Panipat Institute?
False. I think it's false.
Yes. That's the right answer. Achha, where are the others? How many people are sitting? How many people are sitting?
23 are sitting.
23.
23.
Which heads दिख रहे हैं थोड़ा थोड़ा.
Oh, नहीं है ही नहीं 23.
Is it really 23 or less?
Yes, it's really 23. You can count it, sir.
Thank you, thank you.
I did. But बंदे नहीं होंगे. नहीं नहीं नहीं. ਇਹਦੀ 23 नहीं है.
हाँ, पर फिर थोड़े थोड़े heads दिख दे बिच.
23 नहीं है.
When writing a qualitative result section, an overriding concern should be to provide sufficient and convincing evidence to back up your assertions.
मैं तो इन्होंने मैं अपने रूम ਵਿੱਚ बैठ के देख रही हूँ. तो ਤੁਸੀਂ ਨੂੰ ਕਰਦੇ ਹੋ.
What is the right answer, Panipat?
It's true, sir.
Okay, fine. 23rd, when writing the qualitative results section, you will need to find an appropriate balance between description and interpretation.
It is true, sir.
कर लो, मेरा स्टेशन है 11:30 बजे. ਤੁਸੀਂ तो 11:15 बजे जाने हैं.
TIT Bhiwani.
Yes, sir. It is true, sir. A. Hello?
Okay, you are giving the right answer. Thank you. Question 24th, diagrams, matrices, tables and figures should never be used in qualitative research reports.
It is false.
Okay, right answer. False is the right answer. Now the last question. Your textbook authors argued that in qualitative research, it is important to fit the research findings back into the relevant research literature, even if the study is exploratory. So there are two options.
It is true.
Deviate.
True. Sir, it is true.
Thank you very much. Two answers.
Okay, this is true.
Sir, it's true. Thank you.
Okay, there is one announcement that there will be valedictory session at 1 p.m. You may call your director or other invitee, whosoever is. नहीं, जो decide करे. Who you have already decided at 1 p.m.
Sir, one question. Sir, what
Yes.
is the answer of question number 1?
Madam has already given.
What is that?
Latest is that you have to give names of, even there are 6 authors. You have to give the name of all the 6 authors.
In case of particular journal or in case of particular conference, maximum conferences or journals, it
Sir,
may be
sir, let me clarify. As far as the APA patrons goes, that is American Psychological Association, all the social science research work which is carried out, they follow that, and they have given the new guidelines that even if there are more than 3 authors, you are going to include the name of all the the surname of all the authors when you are first referring them in your text. And if it is repeated, then you can use the first author surname and et al with the year, and that will come. But when you refer to IEEE, the nomenclature is entirely different, as Dr. Bedi might have dealt with, that you are not including the names, you are only giving in the parenthesis this reference number 1. So if it is 1, you are giving 1, and in the reference section, you are including the first name, then comes the surname, and then you include all the 6 names, and then give the title, and then go ahead with it. So IEEE is following a different way of writing the references and citing them in the text, and APA is following a different nomenclature for writing these references.
So I think the answer is not appropriate. What is mentioned?
Yeah. Huh?
What are the mentioned answer? ABCD.
Sir, the item itself is wrong because it is written 1, 2, 3, 4, and it is also not indicated whether it is APA nomenclature or it is IEEE nomenclature. So that way, yes, item needs to be improved. And it is only giving 1, 2, 3, 4. So I agree with you. I will make certain changes in the task which he had used in this and modify the item.
Thank you.
Modify the item. Thank you so much for the correction.
Now I
हाँ
think
जी
it's time for
see हाँ जी उन्होंने कहा तो 11:35 ਤੇ वापस आ जाए
Now you please come back at 11:35 after taking tea for the next session.
Models in a focus,
So, good morning, everyone at the various centers. I hope everybody is back after a tea. Hello? I don't think so. Participants are here back.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. One center I am able to hear the response.
Yes, madam.
Just give me 2 minutes. Let others also join, and then I'm going to start the last session of the program. Just for another 2 minutes, we'll wait.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Ji.
We are from David and participants are Bank of India.
Okay, I'm going to start. So, friends, for the past 9 days, we have deliberated on the various aspects of research, and the last session we have chosen the title as Ethics in Research. Now, the question comes, what is the importance of ethics when we undertake studies? As far as research is concerned, whatever research we carry out, it provides the basis for future research. And if the research which we are publishing in the form of journal articles, or we are documenting the research in the form of thesis and dissertation, people access that information. Thus, it is very important that the documentation of any research has to be accurate, correct, and it should thus be dependable. And it also establishes the credibility of a person who is undertaking research. Now, the people who are reading your published work or documented work, and they can find out, because you have now in the previous session how you are going to evaluate a piece of research. So a reader critically evaluates what has been documented, and if the research published is of high level, then the credibility of the author, the researcher, increases. And it also gives personal satisfaction to the person who is undertaking research. It is not only that it lends credibility, but once as a researcher you are carrying out research and you accurately carry out the whole process of research, it gives you a lot of satisfaction. And scientific results which we are publishing as scientists, engineers, technologists, social sciences, I'm just leaving that area, I'll come to that. They are universally applicable if other things remain the constant. So the results, the findings have wider generalizability, and thus they are able to solve certain problems which are faced by the society. So accuracy is of high importance, or I would say is invaluable as far as research documentation is concerned. I left the aspects that is social sciences because many a times the results vary from one situation to another as human subjects are involved. And when we are using questionnaires, we are using standardized tests, faking of information dilutes or it corrupts the results of our studies, and maybe we get very different result on the similar variables if we do the study, replicate the study, or we do it in a different context. So I'm not just referring, but scientific studies, they contribute a lot and they have wider generalizability. Now, this phenomena of misconduct of research is quite observable to us. When I say this misconduct, these are few which I am just showing you the news items which have appeared, and you have not only the students who are indulging in the misconduct of the research, it is the faculty also who indulges in misconduct of research. It is not only the people who are new to the area who enter into misconduct of research. Many a times people who have reached a particular platform, very senior distinguished scientists and engineers or academicians, they have actually entered into the misconduct. And universities, institutions, they are now trying to provide guidelines for stopping or checking this misconduct of research. And let me first in this presentation classify what do we understand by this misconduct of research. Because if we enter into any kind of misconduct, the validity, the reliability of our research goes down. We can't depend upon the findings, and it is, maybe it is, if we have not used the right kind of methods and procedures and documented the data and information, maybe that is affecting the validity of our research. Now, let me first ask, very senior members are with us in this group, what exactly do we understand by this term misconduct? May I request GATE, Gandhi Academy of Technical Education, or maybe C.V. Raman Institute, if they would like to respond to?
From C.V. Raman, misconduct normally, to my knowledge, it is taking out somebody's work and in an illegal manner and in a journal. Code of conduct. It does not follow the code of conduct or ethics of the work.
Okay, so somebody else's work is reported as one's own, and that is one aspect of misconduct of research. Over to TIET. Over to TIET. Sir, how would you, or ma'am, how would you like to, how would you like to interpret misconduct of research?
Ma'am, I would like to invite Ma'am Sunita for giving this answer.
Okay.
Ma'am, I think misconduct is, I think, taking the data from somewhere else. I mean, somebody else's research, taking a copy of somebody else's research without intimating, I think, the other person.
Thank you.
Misconduct.
Fine. Fine. Thank you, ma'am, for the answer. Now, when we say misconduct of research, three important terms come to your mind. One is fabrication, another is falsification, and the third one is plagiarism. Now, all this means if we either enter into the fabrication. Now, when I say fabrication, that means we are trying to make up the data or results or recording of these data and information, or we are using a fake representation of the data, fake reporting of the data in the research report. I just give you a few examples which have been enlisted on the university site of Australia, and they are very clearly specified that as a social scientist or a researcher, you are using questionnaires, you are using observations, and you are using interviews. Say you have given a questionnaire and people have not filled in that questionnaire completely, and when it comes back to you, either you put tick mark yourself or enter the responses against the item yourself, or you are trying to generate information on your own. That means you are using the fake subjects for getting the data, or you are trying to jot down the notes for the people whom you have never interviewed. In biological sciences, they have taken the example that without conducting the experiment, if you generate a set of data, that is where it is falsification or fabrication of data. That means you are fabricating, manufacturing the data on your own. The practice of adding fictitious data. Say, I have thought of collecting 1000 questionnaires and I have sent almost double the number, 2000, but when I received back, I could only get 800 or 850. So what do? Rest of the 200 data I just generate. So to complete that, I had 1000 data, so I want to add fictitious data to what I have already received. Why? Maybe there are certain conditions which need to be fulfilled. Say the condition is, in case of analysis of variance, in each condition you must have minimum of 10 people. So if I don't have, I had only 5, I generate for another 5, so I make it 10, 10, 10 in all the conditions, so that an analysis of variance can be applied. Or say for example, if I'm using a correlation and the requirement is you should have a minimum of 30 subjects for which you have the data for 2 variables, and unluckily one person left and he could not complete the second test, so you add that data yourself looking at the characteristic of the other data. So that is where you are entering into the fabrication of the result. In clinical research, they have taken up an example. Say you have certain guidelines. I would request. कितना बोल रहे हैं? So you would like to be in compliance with the guidelines issued by the various authorities. So you are trying to fabricate the data. So fabrication is one instance which is considered to be a misconduct in research. Then comes falsification. When I talk about the falsification, that means you are manipulating your materials, equipment, processes, or you are filling in omitted data which is not actually represented in the research record. So you are trying to say, you expect that there should be high correlation between the two variables. The data which you have actually gathered is giving you there is not significant relationship between the two variables. Say I'm talking about intelligence and achievement, or I'm talking about that somebody's health indices, so I'm going by age and weight. So you had certain bases and you say it should be like this and there should be significant correlation between the two, but your data is not showing that significant relationship. You try to increase the values of one variable or decrease the value of one variable so as to get the kind of relationship you expect. That is what falsification is. Then plagiarism, here you can see few examples of falsification. That is, you have a data and you modify that you would like to say you have collected a data, there is one score which is an extreme score appearing in the data. It doesn't match with the other. The rule says you exclude that observation, you exclude that data so that you can have the results, but you don't exclude. What you do, you manipulate the data and include it. Falsification of dates. So when did you conduct a study? if you have gone in for pre-test, post-test kind of a study where you were measuring one achievement before you had done the experimentation and after you have completed the experimentation, but your study time was 1 month. So the pre-test and post-test, there ought to be the gap of 1 month. But you could not go in for 1 month treatment, so you fabricate. And at the same time, you enter into falsification by indicating post-test at 1 month after the pre-test. So your records are manipulated. So you are misrepresenting the data. You misrepresent the results which you have gone in for statistical analysis. What happens? Maybe the significant, as I said, the correlation, you increase the value of the correlation, or you increase the mean of one group to have the significant differences between the two mean scores. You can also misrepresent the method of the experiment. That means you have used a different procedure, but while it comes to reporting in the results, the document which you prepared, the report, you are trying to adhere to the standards which have been specified. The standard procedure which need to be followed, that you are reporting, but in reality, you have not followed that standard procedure. Maybe you are leading to certain misleading statements in your manuscript or the published paper. You are doing that, even that is falsification, under the falsification. That may be intentional or sometimes it is unintentional, but it is all comes under misconduct of the report. Somebody has to go through that. Misrepresentation of the materials or methods which I have taken up, then providing false statements about the extent of the research study. So maybe unnecessarily you increasing the sample size or the number of observations and so on. Then falsification of the telephone call attempts to collect data for a survey study. Nowadays, when we are receiving information from the TV serials, we do not know whether one person has responded to that question, two have responded, but we get the percentage of people who have responded. We say 50% say this, 75% say this, and so on. Now, this kind of data which is being given and results which are shown, they are very, very misleading. It is falsification because you do not know the population from which you have got the responses. And the third major problem which is in the misconduct is plagiarism. And we have seen that people across the board, they have been into the net of plagiarism. Even a very senior scientist has now been involved. Now, plagiarism simply means that somebody else's work is represented as one's own. Somebody has made a remark about the technical education system. I pick up the remark without acknowledging the contribution of the person who has actually made those remarks. That is what refers to plagiarism. And I would say that now with the technology which is available to us, we have access to the information which is available world over. And you have open access journals. Many of our scientific bodies, whether it is Department of Science and Technology or we have Indian Council of Agricultural Research, then the Government of India has now the Shodh Ganga, which is a portal which gives you access to all the theses and dissertations which have been submitted in the country in various universities. We have all kinds of journals which are open access journals. They are easily available to the people in the country. So once you have abundance of information at your disposal, many a times the people become lazy rather than interpreting, paraphrasing, drawing the conclusions from the work which is already available. They pick up the material as such and include without acknowledging, without citing a reference, they include the material in the documentation. Now, all this is what we say comes under plagiarism. So when it is a plagiarism, you have copyright rights also. So it becomes a legal issue that a person has picked up the ideas, the thoughts, the theories, the words, and is trying to project it as one's own. So your integrity becomes doubtful. So you are not trusted by the people. Even nowadays, self-plagiarism is also a term which is used. Say, I have published a paper and I am now writing another paper, but majority of the content which was included in my first publication, that also becomes a part of my second publication. This is what is referred to as self-plagiarism. And wherever the paper has been published, it becomes a copyright of the journal or a book or wherever I have published. So I cannot republish the work the second time. Even the people who are writing books, if they have done that in the first edition, they have a lot of material which is available. The second edition, if they're not using the same publisher and you are publishing another book, picking up the similar material from earlier book, again that becomes a case of self-plagiarism. So one needs to think in terms of, because people say I didn't have the time, there was a lot of pressure, I could only refer to 50 papers and whatever was relevant, I picked up from that without acknowledging them. So maybe pressure of time is there, pressure of resources there, and unintentional is also a crime. It is again a legal issue, whether you say intentionally you did it or unintentionally you did it. So when we are including the actual words of the other person, they need to be in the inverted commas. Dr. Bedi might have dealt with how do we include all this. Paraphrasing another person's words. We take up ideas from other, we give our own content, but we need to acknowledge from which source of information we have picked those ideas. So based upon the idea of such and such person, I am trying to now carry forward that idea and elaborating as I think is valid. Ideas, opinions, theories, acknowledging. Many a times it comes to the knowledge of the people who evaluate reports that the data, especially say for the last 10 years, what has been the contribution of India and other countries as far as research publication is concerned. Now, if I have to collect that data, I need to know the source, but I come across a paper which has included the 10 countries given their contribution. Easy approach is I just pick up that data from the paper, included in my research. I forget to copy the source which the person has indicated. I neither acknowledge the author, I neither or not acknowledge the source. And another problem is we include the material and we also give the source and show that I myself has referred to the original source of the data. So we borrow facts, we borrow statistics and diagrams, without acknowledging the actual source or the author who has collected the material from the source? Why can't we say such and such author has indicated this data in the published paper in such and such journal? So we ignore those sources. So redundant or duplicate publication, that means whatever you are publishing, major part of it has already been published elsewhere. And I was referring to that University Grants Commission. They have now issued guidelines with respect to the checking the plagiarism, and they have said that all universities should use these softwares which can check the plagiarism. And two softwares have been indicated: Authenticate and Turnitin. So many of the universities have now started using Authenticate and Turnitin for checking the plagiarism. And it has also been said that if there are cases of plagiarism, maybe the person is not allowed to defend the work which he or she has carried out. So the person is blacklisted and is not allowed to go and fetch take the degree for which the person has worked. So it is very
Excuse me, ma'am.
Ji.
Ma'am, this is Poonam from Chandigarh University. Ma'am, I have a question. Can I interrupt you and please ask?
Yeah, sure.
Ma'am, I read an article on RRI, that is Responsible Research and Innovation.
Anji.
Ma'am, it is a concept given for Euro 2020. It deals with that what kind of research is being done. Ma'am, what I see around myself is like everybody is not everybody, but most of the time we are publishing research papers for the sake of publication.
Right.
So the concept of RRI has come in force. It was given by European countries, but is it actually being practiced, or is it the awareness being created about RRI in India?
As far as the UGC is concerned, when they are issuing guidelines, the latest guidelines, this is one which is actually ensuring the right conduct as far as research is concerned. So efforts are already on, but there's a lot of duplication of research. Say the areas which have been researched earlier, similar kind of thesis, they are being taken up by the students. So nobody is checking, I would say, the extent to which it should be checked. It is not being done, but now the efforts have been more in this direction. As you have said, the Europe has given RRI. I would give you another reference, that is by National Academy of Engineers. They have come out with, on being a scientist, a guide to responsible conduct in research. This is freely available to all of us on the website of NAP. They are National Academy Press जो है, so that is available free of charge to all the academicians. They can register, they can download that, and it is giving you all those things which are contributing to misconduct. It is also explaining what is the responsible behavior of a scientist or a researcher and how we should try to check it. So I think it is primarily the responsibility of the supervisor and the person who is undertaking the research to check that there is no misconduct in terms of fabrication, in terms of falsification, and there is no plagiarism, and we should try to check at this level only. So It is, I would entrust the responsibility to the person, the researcher himself or herself, and the supervisor of that researcher. Secondly, when we are trying to publish the paper, it is entirely the responsibility of the individual. So the individual has to be very, very honest as far as the reporting of the or publication of the research is concerned. So it depends what has happened in all your career advancement and promotion. That clause has been added, was added by the university, UGC, University Grants Commission. At the same time, All India Council for Technical Education, when they evolved the norms for career advancement and promotions, there is one clause where you are giving more emphasis. That was the research contribution by the teachers. Less emphasis was on the teaching. UGC has brought a change and they have made it more rigorous procedure whereby they are not going to accept. We all know what is happening in our country. You pay the money, you get the paper published. Many online journals, open access journals, they charge the fee, they publish the paper. There are many journals which are only peer reviewed, where person like me who's a contributor, there's another person who's a contributor, we are trying to review the paper of each other and then we are trying to publish that material. And you will agree with me, there are a number of malpractices going on as far as the publication is concerned. The people are, I will not name the person, maybe there, I came across 3 papers contributed by 2 authors, the same paper. In one paper, the second author is the first author, and in another paper, again, the first author is the first author. So, and then what they have done is, the sequencing of the content matter has changed in the 3 papers published by those 2 individuals. Now, my question is, are we befooling ourselves? Because when you go and appear in the interview and the persons are posing questions, then you fail there, miserably fail if you have entered into falsification or fabrication of the data. And it is not that you can hide it for a long time. So you are doing harm to yourself rather than doing it to others. So one has to look at this angle. If I am trying and I am misrepresenting the data, what is it that I am doing? Because it cannot be accepted, it cannot be, the findings cannot be generalized and so on. So what is needed is that we must stick ourselves to the research ethics. And what we mean by research ethic, there are guidelines which are available, and many universities are now coming out with guidelines for the researcher, guideline for the educators and academicians. All the journals which are published, they include guidelines for the authors. So high ethical standards, they need to be met. And when I say research ethics start with from the very selection of the problem, selection of the methods and procedure, the review of related literature. The ethics comes into play when you are trying to go in for data analysis, you are going to interpretation of the results and so on. So here I am trying to share with you what are some of the characteristics which have been identified by Resnick, who has tried to enlist the number of characteristics of a researcher. The first thing is honesty. Now, when you say researcher and research, they go hand in hand. Honesty becomes very, very important. Integrity. Normally, I come across this issue when you are writing reports of the people and you write integrity beyond doubt. That's a big issue. So integrity means, can I depend upon that person in all the circumstances? Objectivity. The biases and the prejudices of the researcher, they don't get reflected into the research. Or you are not biased by what the theory which is already available is saying. It is the objective interpretation of your results which you have found. Openness. You are open to the diversity of findings. You are open to the contradictions that come into your consideration while you are trying to carry out a research. Openness. The results vary from the accepted one. And people say, if the result vary, can I change the hypothesis? Do I need to change the objective in the light of the results which I've got? Openness is where you accept the differences that you have observed in your research and then try to give reasons why these kinds of differences are available or why these kinds of differences have been there in the research. Carefulness. Interpretation. You need to be very careful while you are trying to interpret the result. You need to be careful when you are paraphrasing somebody's ideas. You need to be careful when you are designing your method and procedure or the tools for collecting the data. You need to be careful in acknowledging the people. You need to be careful when you are carrying out an experiment in the laboratory, whether the extraneous variables, those variables which could affect the dependent variable, could you control those extraneous variables? Carefulness. Did you take all the precautions which were essential? Carefulness. Carefulness in recording the information if you are interviewing somebody. Carefulness in recording the observation if you are taking some instrument and taking a reading. Carefulness in reading the reading, then recording the reading, then interpreting the reading. So carefulness is one aspect which is should be there in the researcher. Respect for the human subjects. Now that becomes very important when we are dealing with human subjects, maybe in the clinical setting, as far as biomedical research is concerned, or we are concerned with social science research. We need to respect their individuality. We need to respect their truthfulness. Whatever information we need to trust that information. We need to look to the safety of the individual. Say for example, I'm thinking of administering a new drug and see its effect upon the person. But I know that this drug will have certain side effects. Am I able to share those side effects with the people beforehand and say this could be the possible, and is it ethical to administer that drug if it is not going to leading to significant harmful effects? Can I use that? If it is going to lead to significant, can I avoid using the drug on the human subjects? So I need to be very truthful in conveying this to the people if they are involved in any kind of research. And that's why sometimes when you make these things clear, people, you take the voluntary samples. That means people who are ready to take and be a part of your experimentation. Respect for colleagues who are working. So ethics in research demand that you show respect for whatever the work has been. Don't criticize or unnecessary criticism of the work which has been carried out. So you have to be very, very open to the ideas thrown by others, then interpret those ideas in the light of what you know about that subject. Respect for intellectual property, that is where comes in the plagiarism and the copyright issues. So people are writing, you can use the material for the academic purposes without seeking the permission, but you need to take the permission if you want to use the material for commercial purposes. So many a times when you pick up the material, you write it is only for private circulation, or you acknowledge, or you take the permission of the person who has published that material. And people are very liberal these days. They allow you to use what they have already published, so you can use their material and then develop that idea or develop that theory and do a lot of experimentation on this. Social responsibility. That means anybody who is trying to solve a problem faced by the society needs to be accountable to the society if he or she is taking the research. So I am answerable if I am manipulating, I am doing some manipulation with the data, then I am answerable to the society, because the findings are not then applicable in all the contexts, or the generalizability is affected adversely. Confidentiality. Now, when we try to gather data, information from various sources, especially the institutions, organizations, industry, and so on, then the first thing we need to ensure is that we assure the other party of the confidentiality of the information which we have procured from them. So it is not only that we only write a line that data and information gathered will be kept confidential. We need to ensure that it is not spread to others. I just give you one information. We have at the department planned one study on accreditation, and the chairman of the accreditation board, National Board of Accreditation, he said, I can share the data only if you assure the confidentiality of the information. So rather than using the exact name of the institution or organization, if you can use ABCD 123 as a pseudonym for the institution, the data can be shared. So you are not going to disclose the identity of the person or the institution or the organization which has been involved in the study. So complete confidentiality needs to be maintained. Then competence. Competence is very, very important aspect. Now, in the selection and defining of the problem, maybe Dr. Sunil might have hinted upon this, that when you are picking up a research area, you must look into it that it is an area of your specialization. You need to be master or expert in that area so that you are able to include the relevant, the correct technical information, and you are able to interpret the information correctly. So researcher need to possess the subject matter competence, at the same time research skills which are essential to carry out that kind of a study. Now, I told you when I was dealing with the earlier session on descriptive studies that if you are going to interview the people for your research, you must have interview skills. If you are going to use a questionnaire, you need to possess the competence of designing and developing the questionnaire. Competence also means if I am going to use the, say, analysis of covariance, I must have thorough understanding of analysis of covariance, what exactly analysis of covariance is, why we apply the analysis of covariance, why we try to have the covariate, and then what is the interpretation of the F if you use ANCOVA. I need to have the complete understanding of the statistical analysis which are being carried out for a particular research study. People go to the statistician and tell them, ma'am, this is the data which is available. Now you let us know what can be applied on this data. No, I think this is a very absurd kind of request which is made, and statisticians, they share this. They say it all depends upon the objectives of your study, the hypothesis which you have formulated, because data is collected in the light of the objectives and hypothesis. So the statistician, how he or she can give an answer to this question. You tell, this is the question, this is what I want to do, these are the things which can be applied, this is what I have selected, now you apply this. Decision has to be of the researcher and not of the statistician. So competence. So competence, even I would say somebody who's writing a paper, writing skills are very, very important. If you are doing the review of related literature, note taking, paraphrasing, that is a skill which must be possessed by all of us who are contributing in terms of research paper or the research. So the issues are with respect to the authorship. Authorship, now people are publishing research, and many times you come across there is a head of the institution, head of the department, then there is one lecturer who has contributed to that kind of a research. Primary work is carried out by the person who is at the lowest level, the assistant professor level. But when it comes to giving credit of the authorship, the head of the institution is number 1, HOD is number 2, and the person who has actually worked appears at number 3. I think must answer this question. I have come across the dissertations which are done by the students at MTech level. Now what is happening? The guide, the supervisor, is publishing the paper for the data collected by the student, and there is no inclusion of the name of the researcher in that kind of publication, authorship. First name of the guide, then the researcher, again is unethical on the part of the supervisor. Supervisor going to the conference and presenting a paper of the student's work is again unethical. The work which has been done by the student either at the dissertation level or at the doctorate level or otherwise, that becomes the property of that individual, because major effort is by the student herself or himself. So that is the question of the contribution, who should be the author of the work which has been carried out. Drafting the article or revising it critically for important intellectual content. So if you have somebody who has done the critical reading of your article, then given you suggestion, redrafted, that you must acknowledge the contribution made by that person in giving a shape to your ideas. Then co-author, I have already said, who should be number 1, number 2, number 3, and so on. So the effort which has gone into, say, 3 of the colleagues writing a paper. So you must try to give credit to the person who has actually contributed in terms of ideas, in terms of research, experimentation, in terms of interpretation, and the greater the effort put in, he or she becomes number one author. Then as far as human subjects are concerned, one point I have taken, that you need to inform the people before you try to give them any kind of treatment. So you should try to make them aware of what are going to be some of the consequences if they get involved in a particular study. The time, the kind of resources, the kind of effect of your treatment, if they're going to be there, if it is going to be stressful, it is going to be time consuming, tell them and take the voluntary participation, and you must have their consent for taking. And if any kind of risk is there, you must ensure that they are insured against that risk. So risk of harm or beneficence, confidentiality, you need to maintain anonymity. So anonymity, many times we ensure when we gather data and information, we take the data, we don't ask the person to write the name on that questionnaire. So that becomes anonymous. Sometimes we are doubtful whether we are getting the filled in performer, whether the concerned person has filled in or not. You only ask them to give the designation and the date on which that was filled, but you don't ask the name of the person. Then right to service. So if your human subject is in need of any service from your side, maybe if the treatment is of say 2 hours, he needs a water and cup of tea, something to eat, right to service. You must respect that. He would like to and use the facility. So that kind of right to service the person has, and you need to extend that. And you must do justice to the human subjects as far as their treatment is concerned. So you treat them on the equal footing. And it is, I think, whatever has already been dealt with. So I'm just trying to sum up that ideas, informations which are not your own, that you must try to acknowledge. And always use the quotation marks when you're using other person's words. And if you have picked up an idea from somewhere, you acknowledge that idea, then elaborate on that idea. So proper citation of whatever you have included in your research, that needs to be given. And research, whatever we are taking up, these should be based upon the sound theory. So if there is certain theoretical propositions which are already available in your technical area, they should form the basis for undertaking the research. And proper environment and protection for the participant that I've already dealt. So preserving the accuracy of research results is important. So please do not try to, if you think the results which you expected, they are not the ones which you are getting from the research, try to critically evaluate the procedure which you have followed. Try to find out the reasoning why there is difference in the research results which you have got. If required, go in for further experimentation. Try to validate what you have got by taking up another 6 months time, and then try to publish. If you are getting the similar results second time, third time, then you publish the result. Yes, these are the 3 things which we have, 3 types of experiments which were conducted, and these are the conclusions which you can. So that lends the validity and reliability to your work. So then another one is the data which you have gathered, that must be preserved. People submit the thesis or the dissertation, and this happens primarily in social science research when they are asked about are the questionnaires available? Where are the records of your interview data? many times the people don't have, because they have already fed the data to the computer. They have now the computer sheet showing the scores, but the actual data is not available. You must retain that data until your research work is given the credit. That means you get the degree, your viva is over, and for another 1 to 3 months, 6 months before you you are through with the publication of your work, you must retain that data. So somebody who would like to have the data, and it is should also be ensured that data which is entered into computer, nobody has manipulated that data. So you have password protected files which are not easily accessible to others. So you make sure that the data you have gathered is available, the data you have stored in the computer is not manipulated by others. Then when you give work to others, then you should try to see that the other person is equally responsible. He takes all the precautions which you as researcher needs to take. So you must have a person who is dependable, whom you are involving in doing certain work. Say I'm giving the data to somebody for analysis. So everybody is not doing SPSS or the analysis oneself. So you give the file to the statistician. At that time also you must ensure that the person retains the accuracy and he or she is trying to do the analysis as you have asked the person to do. उसने जो वेरिएबल्स उसने सेलेक्ट किए वो ठीक डेटा सेलेक्ट करके आपका रिजल्ट आया, दैट यू मस्ट इंश्योर, and there is no manipulation there also. And whatever आपने जो data interpret करते हो, अब retaining data sharing, this I have already done. So reporting of the data, you must try to interpret the data in the light of the context. So अभी जब सुबह बात हो रही थी, certain items were there in the task, and you said this question is not valid because the context is missing. So similar is the case with the results. So when we are trying to interpret the results of any research, the context in which the research was conducted, the delimitations of the study, they must be clearly highlighted so that if somebody replicates that study, somebody tries to generalize on the basis of your study, he is trying to do it in the context in which the original piece of research was undertaken. So you need to give reasons for the findings which you have got. So I think it is starting with ethics in research, or as my friend Poonam said, the responsible conduct of a researcher is very, very important, and we as researcher or scientist must ensure high quality research by adhering to the standards of research laid down for different areas of research. आपने एग्रीकल्चर में रिसर्च करनी है तो उसके स्टैंडर्ड्स हैं, आपने ह्यूमन सब्जेक्ट्स पे रिसर्च करनी है तो एपीए के स्टैंडर्ड्स हैं, आप लिटरेचर में जा रहे हो तो एमएलए के स्टैंडर्ड्स हैं, आपने इंजीनियरिंग टेक्नोलॉजी करनी है तो आप IEEE के स्टैंडर्ड्स को फॉलो कर सकते हैं, right? You can follow the guidelines issued by the various universities and institutions for award of PhD degrees. So adhere to the guidelines which are published from time to time by various organizations. I stop here. I would like to listen from the centers. Would you like to add few points to what I have shared with all of you? So over to, I think we go by one, the centers which are there. So maybe I start with the Panipat Institute of Engineering and Technology. G.
Hello.
Hanji, sir, would you like to, any member would like to add to what do we mean by ethics in research and how do we ensure at PIET the ethics in research?
Ma'am, by the term ethics, we generally refer to the things that whatever goes in research should be as per the rules laid down by the researchers earlier. We should not copy it from anywhere. We should not be involved into equally, as you said, falsism and all the things where we manipulate the data as per our convenience only.
But how do
So
you
that should
ensure? My question is, how do you ensure? Are you using any software for that purpose?
Ma'am, we are using this authentication online version, and
Okay.
and the other one that you told, that Trinity is also there.
Turnitin
But we
is
are
there?
using online version. We
No,
are only using online version to limited it.
okay, you are using only online version. Okay, with which university you are with Kurukshetra University?
Yes, ma'am, we are affiliated with Kurukshetra University.
Okay, you are not, you are affiliated to which university? KU
Ma'am,
na?
with Kurukshetra University.
Yeah. So what are the
Yes,
guidelines for
ma'am.
KU? What are the guidelines for KU? Bolo.
Guidelines that KU has laid for us, or we expect from KU.
No, KU has laid down for MTech dissertations and PhD work. Are there specific guidelines available?
Yes, ma'am. We offer MTech program as well in our campus. Simultaneously, our faculty member are also pursuing doctorate from KU itself. So they
मेरा
have an audience.
मेरा
They
सवाल
have
था,
given us an audience.
are you having a copy of those guidelines which are enforced by KU, the Kurukshetra University?
Yes, ma'am. It is being with the academic department of the institution.
How many of us have read those? How many of us have read that? बोलो, अभी
Probably
यहीं से
number
पूछ
is
के
very
बता
less.
दीजिए कितने लोगों ने पढ़ी हैं?
Ma'am, number is very less as we do not go through the entire things. But yes, this once we are clear with these concepts, probably it will create an interest that we'll go into detail as well.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I think you need to circulate those guidelines to the people who are the supervisors. You need to orient the students. What are the guidelines issued by? And you can refer to the various sources where the guidelines are available, and then make your students and teachers, educators aware of the requirements of ethics in research. Thank you very much. Over to DAV IT, DAV Institute of Engineering and Technology. जी, DAV Institute of Engineering and Technology.
Yes, ma'am.
हाँ जी,
Yes, ma'am.
आपकी तो यूनिवर्सिटी है. Are there specific guidelines issued for checking plagiarism, falsification, fabrication by the university itself?
Yes, ma'am. There are few guidelines given by them. They have divided the thesis work into 4-5 chapters, and for each chapter, there is a maximum limit of plagiarism that is allowed.
Okay, what is that limit? What is that limit?
For example, in case of introduction, you can have up to 10% of plagiarism.
Okay.
30% plagiarism, and in case of literature review, results and discussion. 50%.
नहीं, रिव्यू. एक मिनट, अभी जो आपने बोला रिव्यू के लिए भी लिमिट है. What is that limit which is imposed?
There is no limit for literature review, but they have divided into 4 units. One is introduction, second is methodology, third is result and discussion, and fourth is conclusion.
Methodology पे क्या लिमिट है? कुछ लिखा हुआ है? नहीं.
Less than 15.
Less than
50.
50%.
Yes.
तो
Less than 50%.
And discussion पे?
Less than 5. Less than 5%.
Okay. Now मेरा एक सवाल है, which software are you using in the institute to check that?
Turn it in, ma'am.
Okay, turn it in. Okay. Thank you so much. Anything you would like to add to?
These are the guidelines basically.
नहीं, guidelines तो है. How do you ensure these among your students?
It is the responsibility of the supervisors. They have their username and passwords. Before submitting, before pre-submission, every guide has to certify that the ratio is under the guidelines of the university.
वो certify तो हम सब करते हैं as supervisor. But only thing is, I would say there is a need to create awareness by organizing sessions for the students as well as the educators on ethics and socially responsible conduct of a researcher, and then making them aware of the softwares which are available, so that when they complete chapter 1 they can go for the check of plagiarism, or when they complete another chapter they can do it. So they need to be made aware of what are the various resources. They need to be made aware of from where they can get training for the various competencies needed to do ethical research. So thank you very much, DAV IT. Over to the GATE Academy, the Gandhi Academy.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Ma'am, I want to add two things.
Right, please go ahead.
First one, there are a lot of journals which are publishing papers without doing proper review and all that.
जी बिल्कुल है.
Firstly, that should be banned.
Okay.
And second thing is, ethics is a thing which is depends on people. You cannot force somebody to follow.
That's right. No, fine. You are absolutely right when you say the question of ethics is the question of right and wrong. But when it comes to the documentation of research, person may not have adhered to, but we can evolve a mechanism whereby we check this question of plagiarism, question of falsification, fabrication, and if we find that these are beyond the acceptable limits, then we don't accept that work for either publication or grant of degree. So somebody, if people are not adhering to the standards and misleading others, then it is the duty of the people who are awarding degrees or publishing to ensure that the right thing goes into public. इतना तो आप मेरे से agree करोगे?
I agree करता हूँ.
हाँ जी, thank you so much. And are you using any software for checking these?
No, ma'am. Till now we are not using it.
I think then please make sure that you use Authenticate or you use Turnitin for checking these things, right? But you have specific guidelines available at your university?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And shortly we are planning to take this Turnitin software for.
Okay, okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
One question.
Hanji.
Is there any open source software to check plagiarism, madam?
ओपनवेयर तो वाइपर हम सभी यूज करते हैं, हम सब लोग यूज करे जा रहे हैं. But the UGC University Grants Commission has given two, Authenticate and Turnitin, which most of the institutions are now trying to procure.
नहीं मैम, हमारा क्वेश्चन है, हम पर्सनल अभी कुछ अपने कंप्यूटर में इंस्टॉल
तो मैं वाइपर यूज करती हूँ जी, अभी मैं यूज कर रही हूँ. और कोई दसो जी, कोई हैगा software? Plagiarism. I think Viper I know, so that is being used openly, that is freely available.
Okay ma'am, thank you.
Sir, आप कोई कुछ कर रहे हैं तो बता दीजिए. Any other if you are using?
नहीं मैम, मैंने तो वाइपर किया था, लेकिन वो एक बार ही हुआ. नेक्स्ट टाइम मैंने जब दूसरा कोई डॉक्यूमेंट डाला हो तो नहीं हुआ.
वो फ्री ट्रायल दे दी उसने, बस उसके बाद नहीं करेगा. सो आस्क अनदर पर्सन टू रजिस्टर एंड डाउनलोड दैट. हाँ जी, हम सब ये भी अनएथिकल है. हम क्या करते हैं, पायरेटेड सॉफ्टवेयर यूज करते हैं. दिस इज ऑल अनएथिकल. तो मुझे लग रहा है बहुत सारे इश्यूज हैं where we need to pay attention to. Thank you very much. Over to CV Raman Institute. CV Raman Institute.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon जी. Sir, you would like to add और मुझे ये बताओ आपकी यूनिवर्सिटी आपका कॉलेज कोई सॉफ्टवेयर यूज कर रहा है?
Actually, our college is in the process of, procuring Authenticate.
Authenticate. Okay, Authenticate आप लेने वाले हो. Okay, are there specific guidelines for checking plagiarism, falsification, fabrication?
We are under a university over here, so
Okay.
that university is having all the guidelines.
So all the members sitting here are aware of those guidelines?
Actually, not all, because who are having their PhD scholars, they are only aware of that.
I think again the same request, create awareness among the students, among the supervisors, so that they know what exactly are the guidelines and what is expected of them. And whenever you in the news, it is a very rampant kind of phenomena, and we have seen every other day you come across 3 teachers for plagiarism. The vice chancellor is involved, then the scientist, highest level scientist has been now involved. So if we can make the students and the educators aware of these things, maybe the people become more conscious of using or manipulating the data and misinterpreting the findings, and we have more ethical research coming out from the people. So thank you very much. Any questions you have, sir?
I have one point to ask you.
जी पूछिए.
We talk about ethics and all that, but to be frank enough, let us say myself being a mechanical engineer, I like to use high-end softwares for my research, like Analysis, Hypermesh and all those things.
Ji.
Or any CAD/CAM softwares. Now these are very costly, and India is a country which is not affording too much in that area.
Right.
But the expenditure from the GDP is very less. So when we come down to the college level and all that, so the amount of expenditure on R&D is very less. Now under such a situation, if we don't be unethical, please don't take it wrongly, if we don't be unethical and use the cracked versions of the softwares, we find we are not able to do research. So that is a very, we want to be ethical, but we have no, we are helpless.
So the simple answer to this question is that now a trend which has taken shape in the country is institutions in the vicinity, they are joining hands to set up high-tech labs. They are joining hands as far as the procurement of costly software is concerned. Another trend which is now coming in a big way is that institutions are trying to collaborate with the institutions abroad, and they are utilizing their research facilities which are available, the softwares which are available. Even the industry is becoming partner to the institutions in sharing this high-end softwares with the academia for the problems which are relevant to that industry. So I think we need to think on those lines. If I am going to take up a research where I would be using this, which is the industry in my area or in the country which can afford provide that kind of a facility. No, I still remember Dr. Bedi is sitting before me, and when her husband was doing research in nuclear energy, he used to visit that Department of Nuclear Energy, doing experimentation over there, and still many people are taking the help of research labs, specialized centers for taking up the research. So that is one option which is available, but you need to explore. You need to, Hanji.
This is just a fantasy for the books.
नहीं फैंटेसी नहीं है, फैंटेसी नहीं है. देखिए,
I want to give you an example. I know I am live, I am on air, but still I want to say, when you talk about collaboration, so we are a private institute in Bhubaneswar, we have an IIT over here.
Hanji.
That I may be heard by many, but I want to say that when it came collaboration with IITs, what you have said, you join hands to procure high-tech lab, make high-tech labs and all that. The IIT simply said, we don't want to do anything with a private engineering institute.
Yeah,
so,
I think, yeah.
So these are the real pictures And at the other hand, the government, the UGC, they talk about this sort of collaborations with the industries. Industries, you may be knowing and you should admit that they rarely come forward to collaborate with an academic institute.
सर
Except analysis and all.
नहीं मैं अभी आपके साथ निटर का एक्सपीरियंस शेयर करना चाहूंगी. इट ऑल डिपेंड्स. नहीं मैं एक सुन लीजिए मुझे. It all depends upon the vision of the people who are involved in that kind of task. आप ठीक कह रहे हो. Most of the memorandum of understanding signed are on the papers only, or on the papers only. But wherever you could identify a leader who is visionary, मैं सिर्फ सर की एग्जाम्पल आपको दूंगी. The director of this institute who has opened up new vista for us. ABB is one which has tried to come to our institution. They have sponsored fellowship for 2 people who are pursuing research in the area of mechanical engineering. They are now in the process of setting up a center in our institution, research center. Then we have also tied up with the Simplex infrastructure in the area of civil engineering. We have tied up with वो एक आपकी electrical की industry है. What is that in the electrical दी केड़ी है जी? आजो. So electrical की इंस्पेक्ट्रा सर जो दिल्ली में अपनी है. नहीं वो इंडस्ट्री का नाम क्या है? मैं नाम भूल रही हूँ. Skippers India Private Limited. So they are the ones who are now working in collaboration with us and giving projects to us. So it is not only papers. Wherever people understand the need of taking up this kind of research and are convinced of, तो वहाँ पे collaborations actual भी हैं.
Okay, madam, let us hope.
I think I'll stop here because we are now starting with our valedictory session, and the director of the institute and other invited guests are here with us. So we'll quickly enter into the valedictory of the program, and I request the coordinators of the program to start the valedictory session. Please आने दो सर ये. Let the coordinator. आजो.
आप बैठो आ जाए कोऑर्डिनेटर आज. प्लीज
सर एक चेयर फिर. नहीं ऐसा नहीं.
बैठो ना प्लीज. मैं अच्छे बैठ जाने वैसे मैं थोड़ी देर खड़ी रहूंगा फिर तो तस्वीर प्रॉब्लम. सॉरी मुझे ना सर का नाम नहीं मालूम तो मैं
प्रोफेसर एसपी सिंह. Two weeks. Now we are concluding, and 13 centers are connected with us. From here we are conducting. कुछ आपकी ओपिनियन भी आप देना चाहेंगे कि रिसर्च के अंदर आप लोगों को क्या डिफिकल्टीज आ रही है? आपका एक्सपेरिमेंटल वर्क है और इंदौर से कर रहे हैं आप. एमटेक आपने यहाँ से किया था, हमारे यहाँ से. शी वाज टॉपर ऑफ आवर इंस्टीट्यूट. तो इसमें भी अगर 2 मिनट आपका इनपुट हम चाहें देने के लिए. ठीक है ना? रीतू, सी इज रीतू महेश्वरी.
Respected Dr. M.P. Punia, Director, NITTTRCHD, Chandigarh, Professor S.P. Singh, former Director, AICTE and Regional Officer, Chandigarh, Professor Ahuja, Tom Slight, chemical engineering department there. Chief guests at various centers, Dr. P.K. Tulsi, Professor and Head Education Management Department and Dean Research and Development, coordinators and participating faculty at various centers. We welcome you all to the valediction of the 2 weeks program on research methodology. In this program, topics like concept of research, selection of the problem, review of literature, various research methodologies, statistical techniques, SPSS software, funding agencies, writing of research proposals, reports and journal articles, ethics in conduct of research and the like were discussed. Number of sessions also included practice tasks and presentations also. I, before start of the program, had sent course evaluation pro forma to all the centers, which we will receive from you afterwards, after the program. We wish to know here in this session, what is your view, what is your feedback about this program? So I will request each center one by one to present your views about the program. For that, let me start with the Sri Sukhmani Polytechnic College, Deravasi. हाँ जी मैडम, आप अपने यहाँ पे जो चीफ गेस्ट हैं उनसे भी रिक्वेस्ट करिए एंड रिक्वेस्ट सम ऑफ द पार्टिसिपेंट्स आल्सो टू से फ्यू वर्ड्स अबाउट द प्रोग्राम, सम फीडबैक अबाउट द प्रोग्राम. हाँ जी मैडम रंजू मरवाहा.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
So today our chief guest is Dr. Shamshi, and I welcome Shamshi, sir, Dr. G.N. Verma, principal of SSIT, and other my colleagues. So this FDP program was very informative for us. Really, it was very, very, very good for our faculty, especially that session of SPSS delivered by Dr. Suresh from Punjab University. And I want to give some feedback from my faculty members. Mr. Kuldeep from Mechanical Department. Kuldeep, sir, come on. Mr. Kuldeep from Mechanical Department.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Good afternoon, sir. I Kuldeep Singh from Mechanical Department, Sri Sukhmani Polytechnic College. I am really thankful for giving this opportunity. It was very informative for us. I have learned so much. This is very beneficial for ourselves, and thank you so much for enhancement of our knowledge. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Madam, next is Madam Navreet from Computer Science Department.
Good afternoon all. I am Navreet Kaur, Assistant Professor from Computer Science Department, Deravasi. Wanted to thanks for such a knowledgeable and interactive sessions. It was a wonderful experience as we have learned new innovative and technical skills, which would be beneficial for ourselves. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you everybody for the kind words from Sukhmani Institute. So now I move to DAV. We will like to hear from the chief guest of your institution.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Hanji.
I would like to request our chief guest, Dr. Shamshi, to say few words, please.
Thank you.
Speaker.
Sir, you just speak. It's your own.
Good afternoon. Honorable Dr. Punya, Dr. Bedi, Dr. Tulsi, and other distinguished guests. Really, I feel highly privileged to be invited as a chief guest. I just had the opportunity to interact with the organizers over here and try to find out the proceedings and other things, what transpired. almost for a week over here. Really, it is a very interesting topic, this research methodology. Very important, in fact, and very fruitful, very useful. The information which has been given by the different speakers at different time is highly informative, thought-provoking, purposeful, knowledgeful, and stimulating. Such kind of programs are very important because they lead the researchers to formulate their subjects, their further work, etc. The main challenge for a research methodology or for research is how to choose a topic and the area. So first of all, they have to choose an area, and then they have to go for a subtopic in which they want to work. Now, I understand that they should work in the emerging area, front-end technology, they should work state-of-the-art technology, material science, and the global programs and the national program, which are need-based programs. Just like we can go for this, they can go for the subjects which are very important, like environmental system, the disaster mitigations, they are the global programs. Then national need-based program required for energies, other things. It all depends upon the guide and the person where he has got the interest. So these are the very important subjects which they can pursue. Now, how to pursue? It all depends. First of all, they should go for the investigation and literature survey, and which constitute almost 30 to 40% of the existing work. Until unless they know what is existing, what has been done by their predecessors and earlier researchers, they cannot formulate the idea what is left out and in what way they have to modify. So this is very important aspect, how deeply they have gone through, how many references they have seen, and how they are going to formulate the thesis in the end by giving, by narrating or by indicating that these are the literatures they have done. This shows in-depth understanding of the subject. It just really the researchers have done the best work. Then comes how to get the funding from different agencies which are going to support the. So there are many national agencies which are giving, like UGC, DST, DOE, DRDO, RDSO, then ICR, CSIR, then again they have got ICMR. So it all depends in which area he is working or she is working, then accordingly he and she can approach to the funding agency. That is why the area is important. Suppose somebody wants to work in the medicine, they can go straight for ICMR for the funding. Suppose somebody wants to work in technology, they can go to DST. Somebody wants to work in railway system, he can go for RDSO. So this information should be given, disseminated by the through this program to the researchers, so that they may understand where they are going to approach. Then question comes, how to write a thesis. That is equally important, in fact. So through this program, the researchers must be told very clearly how they are going to formulate it, how they are going to put it, different topics, and the original work they are going to do is almost 30 to 40%. That work should brought out very clearly what actually the researchers has done, in fact, how it is different, and it has not been done by the earlier people so far. He can make some kind of modification in the existing work which has been earlier, but that modification should come very clearly, and it should produce some results which were not done earlier. I think whatever has been done by the speakers in this through this intercourse has been very fruitful, very useful, and with these words, I think I should cool down. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for the encouraging words and putting everything in a capsule form in nutshell. Thank you, sir. And now I move to DAV Institute of Engineering and Technology, Jalandhar. May I request here Dr. Dinesh Kumar to request various participants from the center to share their feedback, and also request the chief guest there to present the views.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon to all. First of all, I would like to thank Dr. Bedi for giving us this opportunity to become a remote center of the of NITTTR and organizing this event in the institute. We all have learned so much because there are different sessions conducted very dedicatedly and in a timely manner. And the task activity we enjoyed all, because all the participants, they attended lot of FDPs, but there is no task work. So this time they have made presentations also in a group, and they have gained a lot. Now I request Professor P.S. Maan, he's assistant professor in IT, he wants to share his views.
Good afternoon, ma'am. This is P.S. Maan from DAV Institute of Engineering and Technology, Jalandhar. This was a great endeavor from NITTTR to conduct this course through ICT mode. This will basically further strengthen our vision for digital India and with the use of technology and communication. This is a great endeavor. I think all the modules are very well designed and formulated by all the experts. We gained a lot of knowledge about paper writing, how to make research proposals, and how to write for research fundings and all that. I hope in future also NITTTR will further strengthen in these areas and promote ICT-based courses in the future also. Thank you.
थैंक यू मिस्टर मान जो आप डिजिटल इंडिया की बात कर रहे हैं आई वुड से द होल दिस थिंग गोज टू आवर वर्दी डायरेक्टर डॉक्टर एमपी पूनिया just after means joining this institution in 2 months time these type of programs were initiated and I would say these are of the first kind in India itself. So we are really blessed for this thing. Let me now go back to DAV institution. मैं यहाँ पर रहूँगी जस्ट आई विल रिक्वेस्ट यू हियर आप एक पर्सन से ही हम फीडबैक लेके चलते हैं बिकॉज देयर आर नंबर ऑफ सेंटर्स एंड आई विश टू गिव चांस टू एवरी सेंटर सो मे आई रिक्वेस्ट चीफ गेस्ट देयर टू से फ्यू वर्ड्स अबाउट द प्रोग्राम.
Yes, ma'am. I request Dr. Manoj Kumar, principal of the institute, to share his views on this course. Certainly.
Dr. M.P. Punia, Director, NITTTR. Dr. S.P. Singh, it's nice to see you there, sir, because you are the person who granted first approval to DAV Institute of Engineering and Technology to be established in the year 2000. Dr. Madam Tulsi, Dr. Huja, well, it's been a great period for last 2 weeks to learn the research methodology in an interactive way at Xavier. It's a wonderful way of interacting, as my colleague Dr. Maan also said that it's one of the initiative which is there to go ahead on the lines of digital India, and I'm particularly very much impressed, and I also attended Tulsi, and I really love to be a part of that session with my colleagues, and all my colleagues had the opportunity to enrich their knowledge and listen to the various learned speakers during the conference, during this 2 weeks FDP. It's a great opportunity for us, and I'm sure in future also we will keep interacting, and we will be a part of future programs at NITTTR during this through this interactive media. So I convey my heartiest congratulations to the director, Dr. Punia, for taking such initiative, and we promise that in future also all the programs which you will be throwing, we will be a part of all such programs in future. Great luck, best wishes.
Thank you, sir, for the kind words. Now I request IMCA University of Science and Technology, and there I request Dr. Manisha Garg to request anyone participating faculty to say a few words about the program. Yes.
Hello, ma'am.
Yes.
First of all, I want to congratulate NITTTR for such a successful and informative course. The course is really very informative for the scholars as well as the faculty. Now I would like to request Dr. Rajiv Saha from Mechanical Engineering to give her feedback on this course.
Good afternoon, madam. The course was well and was very informative.
especially about funding details. It was really informative, and I think it will give our research scholars and our faculty members how to go for funding in research. Uh, and now Dr. M.L. Agrawal, professor from mechanical department, our chief guest, he will give some words.
Thank you, sir.
I'm Dr. M.L. Agrawal, Chairman Mechanical Engineering Department.
सर आप प्लीज बैठ के बोल देंगे, आपका फेस नहीं दिखाई दे रहा हमें, आपका सर फेस नहीं दिखाई दे रहा है सर. एम आई ऑडिबल?
हो गया, फ्रीज हो गया था. You can move to another.
Okay, in the meantime, sir, we will get back to you. In the meantime, I'll move to the next institution, PPS Institute of Technology, Vijayawada. And here I request Mr. Krishna Prasad, the program coordinator from their institution, to request
Good afternoon.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon.
This is Krishna Prasad from PVP Siddhartha Institute of Technology, Madam, Vijayawada, Andhra Pradesh. So I would like to thank to the NITTTR team and especially education management team for the organization of successful 2-week program regarding research methodology. It is
This is also gone. Freeze हो गया.
नहीं चलेगा.
ये भी फ्रीज हो गया. अपने तो नहीं प्रॉब्लम.
नहीं.
ओके. पीछे से जो
ये तो फ्रीज तो नहीं हुआ, ये तो चल
वो
रहा है.
नहीं, वो दूसरे वाला गया सर.
अच्छा.
Sir, we are sorry. We
पहले
will
वाले पे जाओ वापस.
get back to you. YMCA University of.
Hello, ma'am. YMCA University.
हाँ जी sir, sir please. Dr. Agarwal, please. Now we are able to see you also, and we are hearing you. Please.
Okay. First of all, I thank you very much for giving this opportunity to conduct 2-week ICT-based program at YMCA University. Now this program started exactly at 9:30 on all days. Earlier we conducted 5 such type of STC programs, and we found that the programs were starting at 10 or 10:30.
Very good.
It is for the first time that your program actually started at 9:30 a.m. and everybody was coming at 9:30 a.m. because your programs were very interesting. Besides this, beside the faculty, 10 research scholars who are actually they attended your program, and all the topics like correlation, statistical technique, thesis report writing were very interactive, very interesting. So I suggest you to conduct more such type of program in future. We will like to have more such type of program for. Second thing is I will request the institution to open the Center of Excellence. Recently we opened 2 Center of Excellence, one in climate and energy for research. Second is on refrigeration system by Daikin Limited. So these 2 Center of Excellence are operate industrial collaboration. So I request the other institution also, they should start such type of I mean to say industrial collaboration for better quality of research. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Agarwal, for the kind words and for punctuality. I will say that the credit goes to all the experts who undertook various lectures. And we are happy to see that your initiative in opening centers for excellence in your institution, and that too in collaboration with the industry. Thank you, sir. Now I move to PVPSIT Vijayawada. सर पहले कुछ प्रॉब्लम हो रही थी सुनने में. अब ठीक है सर. आपका माइक ऑफ है. If I am audible, you please switch on your mic. Yes, sir. Are we audible?
audible
दूसरे नहीं तो फिर नेक्स्ट पे चलते
नहीं
हैं. Okay. Now I request Gandhi Academy of Technology and Engineering, Brahmpur, Odisha. The coordinator there, Professor Surya Narayanan. You are requested to coordinate the feedback session there. Sir, please.
Good afternoon, madam.
Good afternoon.
Respected dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, we are very thankful to NITTTR for coordinating such programs, since it is creating a huge awareness among the faculties who are guiding thesis to the BTech students as well as MTech students. It's a good program, and we've learned a lot of things due to a lot of tasks given by the corresponding faculties, and we have lots of things in this program. And I request our chief guest, B.C. Mahanti sir, to speak few words regarding the program. Thank you.
First of all, I would like to convey my respect and thanks to Dr. Mr. M.S. Punia sir and Dr. S.P. Bedi and other senior professors who have participated to provide such type of a very good research program. And mainly I would like to thank the director sir, who has given such type of a broad chance to provide the research all over the India. What we have seen observing that even though many engineering graduates are producing in our India, but the research field is very low, and it would like to enhance by providing such type of program through this ICT based research oriented programs, because of the research field is one of the highest field which is need of this era, and such type of program, and mostly the teachers, those who participate in this program are research scholars, and they have learned many more important points. What we have observed, we have, if any doubt, we are searching our net to get some views. But this type of program provides the cream of all the research points by each and every important slides. And what we have been observing for the 2 week span, it is very important and mostly oriented research program. And we give many thanks for all the participants, senior professors, those who are providing such type of knowledge to the different colleges, and we are also. So finally, I would like to thank all the senior faculties and those who are providing such type of intelligence and knowledge to enhance the research program in our India. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the kind words. I will now request Panipat Institute of Engineering and Technology, Panipat. Madam Priyanka Sehgal is there as coordinator.
Hello, ma'am.
Yes.
Ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
A very good afternoon to all the dignitaries. I am from NITTTR Chandigarh. It was, in fact, a true privilege for the entire set of participants from Panipat Institute of Engineering and Technology to attend this session, this program, which was full of inspiration and as well as enriching the knowledge in the field of research, which is much desirable field in today's scenario and has become certainly very important. Now, may I request Professor Dr. K.K. Paliwal, the Worthy Director of Panipat Institute of Engineering and Technology, to speak few words. So, please.
Good afternoon, everyone, and a special thanks to Professor M.P. Punia, sir, who has been a mentor starting from MNIT's days. So, and special thanks to Tulsi ma'am
and Bena also. See, we have been organizing these ICT programs, and this is for the management department especially. So what faculty feedback I had received, I think you all will be happy to know that. See, the thirst for knowledge has increased. और अगर मैं हिंदी में कहूँ कि इस प्रोग्राम ने उनकी प्यास जगा दी है, and they want many more such type of programs in future. So I'll request the dignitaries to such programs to not only to PIPE but to all institutes, because it is beneficial for all engineering institutes, for all institutes, and yes, it is a step forward in the field of research. When we talk about it, is just like training the trainers. When our faculty, we improve the quality of our faculty, yes, it is for sure that our students, they will also excel in this field. So this research methodology, this program, FDP has really given an insight, different aspects of writing report and different correlations, different processes, different concepts about the research, and I think it will go a long way. And all team will cherish such type of programs. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir, for the words of encouragement. Now I request C.V. Raman College of Engineering, Vidyanagar, Bhubaneswar. Dr. Priyabrat, I request you to kindly coordinate at your end.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon. I am thankful to NITTTR Chandigarh for organizing this type of FTP, which are helpful mostly for those are pursuing PhDs. And also, those we have in our center, I think you must be knowing we are most interactive during the all sessions in all 10 days. I am also thankful to Bedi Madam, Tulsi Madam, and Dutt Sir regarding the interactions of our faculties and myself and our and also I am thankful to the organizers for this type of program. Now I request our Vice Principal Dr. T. Mishra to say a few words about this.
Good afternoon, ma'am, respected dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. It's indeed a great pleasure for us for being allowed to participate in the 2 weeks program, ICT-based programs on research methodology. Being a faculty myself and the program for all faculty members, research, at least some degree of research is an integral part of our life, and different aspects of research and research methodologies that you have enlightened us in last 2 weeks or so are going to help us in some way or the other. But having said so, I myself participated in most of the lectures. I would like to share some of my views, personal views. I feel that some of the concepts like sampling, like hypothesis testing, and like I think correlation or ANOVA, ENCOVA, perhaps some more depth is required for researchers in engineering and science. Some more, little bit more mathematical or statistical insight is required. If that is done, then it's still better. And as a whole, the sessions were very interactive. We enjoyed and we got enlightened. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. In the sessions also, I was finding that you were quite interactive during the sessions, and your suggestion will be definitely taken care of. And perhaps at certain points we showed our limitation that in 2 weeks program, so many sessions, say on statistics or other things, could not be kept. Of course, there could have been if the duration of the program is longer. So we will see how these things fits in the future programs. Now I request Dronacharya College of Group of Institutions, Greater Noida, Mr. Ashwini Kumar, local coordinator there, to coordinate the things there.
Statistical.
Hello.
Yes.
Yes.
A very good afternoon to all the dignitaries of NITTTR. I would like to thank Dr. Punia and the entire team of NITTTR Chandigarh for giving us an opportunity to attend this workshop. The workshop, Research Methodology, focused on the basic concepts, activities and ethics of research. The research types, processes and the issues faced during a research were discussed. There were a coverage of the emerging areas of research. The concepts and activities of descriptive experimental research, interview and observations were included. We learned a lot from all the sessions and we really liked participating in all the tasks that were assigned to us during the sessions. I would like to thank Dr. Tulsi, Dr. Bedi, Dr. Dutt for the efforts they have put in each and every session. I would like to express my gratitude towards all the speakers of the sessions who have taken time out of their important schedule to share their knowledge with us. And before concluding, I would like to express my sincere gratitude and appreciation to all the participants for their valuable contribution and kind cooperation. Ma'am, now I would like to hand over the mic to Mr. Vivek Agarwal, who is a visiting faculty from Gurukul University, Haridwar.
Hello, good afternoon to all of you. I once again thanks the NITTR as well as the Dronacharya Institute of Technology for giving me an opportunity to attend this session of regarding research methodology. It's a quite learning session and I learned many new things in this session, and it also helped me to incorporate these things in my further research which are currently going on. Right. There is a very good sessions including regarding the most concerned problem during the research, that is regarding the intellectual property rights and the ethics. One of the major concerns that should be looked after it. And also there are various sessions regarding the various statistical methods. Right. I requested you the session should be more practical, especially there should be more session which include the SPSS softwares or how to practically include it. There should be more session as well. And also I request to regard, as I am from the Gurukul Kangri University, Haridwar, I also want to know how the what is the process of including our university also a remote center for this. Right. Thank you for it. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. We will send you the email regarding it, and definitely we will be adding more sessions, keeping in view, not disturbing the importance of the other sessions. We will try to keep more time for SPSS sessions. Any means chief guest is there for from this institution?
No, ma'am. A director sir is not available right now.
Okay, thank you. Then I move to IES group of institutions, Greater Noida. Professor Mahavir Singh Naruka, I request him to coordinate there.
Good afternoon, ma'am. And
Good afternoon.
All. Ma'am, our Honorable Director Sir is chief guest for today's session, and I would like to invite him for his valuable feedback.
Good afternoon, Dr. Bedi, Dr. Tulsi and other dignitaries on the dais. It's my privilege to be here to interact with you all. If I have to draw an analogy between the research and the water, I would say the water in the pond is something which is not research based, and the research is the flowing water in the river. So research is an essential activity for any academician. For academic fraternity, the research must be done to teach the subjects properly. Our teachers and faculty members, they have studied the subject in their college or university level. Nonetheless, this program, which was based on research methodology, was very, very helpful for them because, in my opinion, if you are teaching with research element, it adds value. Uh, Thank you so much for providing value-ridden information, knowledge to our faculty members. They got so much from this from this program. I also attended a few of sessions, and I also learned a lot. There is a gap between research to be used, to be applied, and research which has been studied. So I have already requested my faculty members to apply this domain of knowledge in their disciplines as well. And they also ask their students to be involved in the research activity. By all means, this program was very nice, very good, knowledge based, and I am sure this kind of program would also be there in the near future, in which we would be the partners of this great institute, NITTTR. I wish you all the best, and I am looking forward to such other programs in the future as well. Thank you very much. Thank you once.
Thank you, sir, for the words of appreciation. Let me now request Dronacharya College of Engineering, Gurgaon. Mr. Vishal Bharti is the coordinator there.
Good afternoon, all the dignitaries present at NITTTR Chandigarh. To start with, first of all, I would like to thank NITTTR Chandigarh for giving us the opportunity to connect for such a wonderful FDP. The second thing, I would like to congratulate all the participants and the organizers for this successful workshop. Today our chief guest is our Honorable Principal Sir, Dr. Karanjit Singh. Before handing over the mic to our Principal Sir, I would like to share few of the views from our participants. The first participant is Parul Bansal. She is from electronics and computer background. Ma'am, please.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Thank you so much for the informative workshop. Now, firstly, I would like to tell you that for all of us, it has been informative and important at 3 levels. First of all, there are many research scholars, like we all are MTech, and some of them are going to pursue the PhDs. So for that purpose, it will be very informative, like writing reports. The session on IPR was also very good, and SPSS tool. Similarly, second thing that would help us to encourage the students from avoiding all these things in future, such as plagiarism. What we have seen that students writing their project reports will copy material from all the places and integrate them. So that we can guide them to perform better in that manner. And also those who are already PhDs, they can also come up with new ideas and better their work. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am, for the kind words.
Ma'am, over to our Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. Karanjit Singh, sir.
Good afternoon, Dr. MP Punia, sir, Dr. Tulsi, Dr. Bedi, Professor S.K. Singh, Dr. Sunil Dutt not there, but we happened to meet him on the first day.
You will be seeing him shortly.
okay. And Professor Ahuja, sir. It was really a great exposure for our faculties to be associated with NITTTR in this faculty development program. On the first day, I had expressed my gratitude for having chosen such a topic for this. But today, I wish to thank from the core of my heart for such a professional conduct and flawless conduct, I would say, timely beginning of sessions and all this I've been hearing. And of course, if there has been some, some let up, so it may have been on account of some of our participants because of this examination schedule and all. But, frankly, it's Thanksgiving from this college side. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir, Principal sir, for the kind words. And now I move to TITS Bhiwani. Dr. Anu Kathuria, may I request her to coordinate there?
Respected dignitaries on the dais, good afternoon. I am Dr. Anu Kathuria from TITS Bhiwani. Firstly, I would like to thank NITTTR Chandigarh and the coordinators, Dr. Sunil and Dr. Bedi, coordinators of this short-term course for giving the permission to include our college for this course. Since through this course, we got an opportunity of interacting with learned academicians and personalities like Dr. Bedi, Dr. Sunil, Dr. Tulsi, and engineer Amandeep Kaur. As far as sessions of this course are concerned, I myself feel the sessions conducted by Dr. Engineer Amandeep Kaur on the topic how to write research paper and by Dr. Sunil on the topic how to write a good research proposal were presented beautifully. The way the tasks were presented and the presentations were delivered, really they were commendable and made the environment completely participant-centered learning. Even in the morning session of today, Ma'am Tulsi explained very well and got us informed about the latest styles of number of citations. On the behalf of all participants, I, Anu Kathuria, would like to thank NITTTR for providing us all with a great learning experience about the research methodology, and it has been added immensely to our knowledge. I would like to introduce our worthy director, Professor R.K. Anayat, as chief guest for valediction ceremony. So I request him to say a few words about this course.
Thank you one and all from TIT Bhiwani. I just want to express our sincere thanks to each one of you there for keeping us in loop, and the entire participants expressed with me the kind of learning what they took in last 2 weeks. And once again, thank you all of you.
Thank you, sir, for the kind words. Now I move to Government Engineering College, Bharatpur. Government Engineering College, Bharatpur.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Myself, Dr. B.L. Gupta, Head Department of Mechanical Engineering, is very pleased and thankful to NITTR Chandigarh for providing the opportunity to host this research methodology course at Government Engineering College, Bharatpur. We are feeling grateful and conveying thanks and regards to Professor M.P. Punia sir, Director NITTR Chandigarh, who is also our founder principal of our college, that is Government Engineering College, Bharatpur. We are also thanks to Professor S.P. Bedi, Tulsi Madam, and Professor Sunil Dutt sir. The course of research methodology is very well designed by your good self and will be useful to our faculty member. As our faculty member, most of the participants are masters of engineering and doing some research work or PhDs. Our chief guest of our principal, Professor Colonel Ranjit Singh ji, is Jaipur today, some official meeting, but he also told me convey his thanks to Professor Punia sir and course coordinator Madam and Sunil sir for this interactive program. So I again thanks to NITTR Chandigarh on behalf of all the participants and Government Engineering College Bharatpur. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Move to the network which was left because of some network problem, and PVPS Institute of Technology, Vijayawada. नहीं सब हो गए
चंडीगढ़
सिर्फ वही रह गया
वो कहाँ चले गए हैदराबाद वाले
वो विजयवाड़ा का करवा दो पहले फिर चंडीगढ़ यूनिवर्सिटी रह गई नहीं आ रहा ओके लेट मी नाउ रिक्वेस्ट चंडीगढ़ यूनिवर्सिटी भड़ुआ डॉक्टर पूनम जोत कौर से टू कोऑर्डिनेट देयर
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
First of all, good afternoon to all dignitaries at NITTTR and at all other centers. We had amongst us Mr. Nirmal. He's head of the department UITHM, Chandigarh University. He was here since 1, but he had a prior commitment at 2, so he had to leave for a meeting. On his behalf, I want to take this opportunity to thank the esteemed faculty of NITTTR and experts for sharing with us the very idea and basics of research in the most understandable manner. The faculty was not just made aware about various aspects of research, but was also motivated to carry out responsible research in their concerned areas. It has been a great learning experience, and I would again like to thank NITTTR for this opportunity. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you for the kind words. And let me now request Dr. P.K. Tulsi, Professor and Head of Management Department, to address the participants.
देखो
Thank you.
जैसे एक मिनट देखें वो वापस आगे विजयवाड़ा वाला
अच्छा विजयवाड़ा
एक मिनट ट्राई कर लें नीति मैडम आप ठीक है इज नॉट कमिंग
उस सर मेरे ख्याल बैंडविड्थ की प्रॉब्लम
बीच में भी एक दो बार आई थी
ठीक
Thank you, Dr. Mrs. Bedi. Dignitaries on the dais,
Yes,
the chief guests at the various centers and dear participants. It has been a treat for us also for the past 10 days to interact with the faculty of various institutions on the various aspects of research methodology. I would first like to compliment the coordinators of this program, Dr. Mrs. Bedi and Dr. Sunil Dutt, who very meticulously organized this program for 10 days through ICT. And we took up the initiative to float this program again this year because the last experience was very encouraging for us. We organized this for 10 days earlier. Now this is the program for another 10 days. And as you have already said, most of our program we were designing, we had little of tasks which you have all appreciated. It gave the opportunity to the participants to implement some of the ideas which were thrown in the input sessions and get the feedback from the participating teachers as well as the resource persons. I think the time which was available, we could include some of the important aspects, but looking to the feedback, most of our participants have been asking for more focus and more emphasis on the SPSS and the statistical analysis that can be done. So I assure you that the subsequent program which will be floated by the department that will incorporate the suggestions which you have put forth, and we will try to make it more relevant to the requirements of the faculty from engineering and technology and other allied areas as well as management. So I am sure that with your cooperation which you have extended to us for the last 10 days by being there at 9:30, continuing with the program till 4 o'clock and taking the task very meticulously and providing the feedback to each other, that had been very appreciated, and we would like to seek the similar cooperation from all of you in future endeavors which are taken by NITTTR, and assure you that we'll try to move ahead in this direction and create a research culture in our technical institution. So on my behalf, personal behalf, and on behalf of the department, I would like to thank all the participating centers which have been with us for the past 10 days and wish you all the best, and we'll be in touch with each other for any kind of cooperation as far as research is concerned or the area of pedagogy or management is concerned. Thank you very much.
Very good.
Thank you, Dr. Tulsi, for presenting your views about the feedback from various centers. And we are thankful to you for the support you have extended to us during the conduct of the program. Let me request Madam Ritu Maheshwari. She has done an ME in computer science from our institution, and she is the topper of ME. She is now pursuing PhD. She will share some experiences of her experimental work with you.
Yeah, very good afternoon, all. First of all, I would like to congratulate Department of Computer Science, NITTR, and Dr. Tulsi ma'am, Bedi ma'am, Sunil Dutt sir, and Dr. MP Punia sir for providing me this opportunity to share my views on this research methodology area and the subject. And I would like to congratulate to conduct this work FDP program, 10 days FDP, on this research methodology. Now, in this current arena, like if we are talking about the research and research scholars nowadays pursuing the research work, which is in a very haphazard manner. They are not following the proper trend, proper systematic approach, how to conduct the research, what are the processes, techniques, tools that are required to learn before conducting the research work. So this 10 days FDP program, I think would definitely be helpful for you to go in depth in the research work before conducting any research work. A proper methodology which should be adopted had already been discussed by Dr. Bedi ma'am, Dr. Sunil Dutt sir, and Dr. Tulsi ma'am. So nowadays I would like to request all the research scholars to kindly focus meticulously on the work which they are pursuing. Basically, I would like to ask the research scholars to focus on the experimental work, which is nowadays just limited to the like very, it's not real-time work. It is only a simulation-based work which is not required at all, meeting the current needs of the research work. So in this real-time work on the research, like you were asking about the SPSS, and there are many other tools in the computer science also, and in many other areas. So much more work is required at the researcher side also, and no doubt NITTTR is always there to serve. So thank you very much for giving me the opportunity, and I would like to give you all best wishes for conducting the research in a very systematic way so that it can be helpful in the coming time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ritu. Now I request Professor SP Singh, former Director AICTE, to address the participants.
सबसे पहले मैं डॉक्टर MP पुनिया साहब और उनकी जो टीम के मेंबर्स हैं, डॉक्टर तुलसी हैं, डॉक्टर बेदी जी हैं, सुनील जी हैं, अन्य सब लोगों को बधाई देता हूं कि इस तरह का प्रोग्राम जो इन्होंने अरेंज कर रहे हैं उससे सभी फैकल्टी मेंबर्स को बहुत ही बेनिफिशियल होगा। जो आज तक AICTE इस तरह की कोई स्कीम अभी तक नहीं ला पाई, फैकल्टी डेवलपमेंट प्रोग्राम या क्वालिटी इंप्रूवमेंट प्रोग्राम वगैरह, उसमें जो इनका पुनिया साहब का योगदान है बहुत ही प्रशंसनीय है। और मैं उम्मीद करता हूं कि इस तरह के प्रोग्राम से सभी इंस्टीट्यूट को बहुत ही फायदा होगा और भविष्य में इस तरह के प्रोग्राम और भी किए जाएं तो वो सबके लिए बहुत अच्छी शुरुआत है। थैंक यू। मैं थोड़ा इतना ही।
Thank you, sir, for the kind words. Now I request Professor Ahuja, Chemical Engineering.
Thanks, Matt. I've been interacting with the NITTTR for the last about 2 decades, and they have been doing wonderful job. And their activities have got a further filling after the joining of Professor MP Punia, who is their young and dynamic leader now for the last couple of years. And such an activity could be possible only because of the efforts taken by him and his team. And the work that during this workshop, you have learned number of techniques for research for research methodology, and like SPSS and other practical tools, and some relating to report writing, which are very much required, and also for you got awareness regarding different funding agencies, how to write projects. All these things are very much required for the improvement of for your own improvement and also for the growth of your institute. And I hope you have gathered a lot of knowledge with this program, and such similar activities will be carried out in future also by NITTTR. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for the words of encouragement. Before I request Dr. M.P. Punia to address the participants, I will like to introduce him briefly. Briefly because if I give his detailed introduction, it will run into a full lecture. Dr. M.P. Punia took over as the director of NITTTR in July 2012. Professor Punia has done BE with honors in mechanical engineering, MTech and PhD from IIT Delhi. He has illustrious academic career and has a passion for teaching. He has been serving this teaching profession for last 30 years. He started his career as faculty at Engineering College, Kota, Rajasthan in 1986. He has served as principal, Government Engineering College, Bikaner, and also held the position of Dean, Planning and Development at Malviya National Institute of Technology, Jaipur. He has guided several MTech and PhD students. He has published number of books and has prepared several laboratory manuals and has undertaken projects sponsored by AICTE, DST, Government of Rajasthan and MHRD. He has to his credit 80 papers in the areas of mechanical engineering and technical education which are published or presented in various national and international conferences. He has presented several keynote addresses in national and international conferences. He is recipient of many awards for his academic achievement and National Award for the Empowerment of Persons with Disabilities. He is life member of Indian Society for Technical Education, Society of Automotive Engineers, and the Institution of Engineers. He is a member of Board of Governors, research boards of many universities and prestigious institutions. Initiating, as we were saying earlier, initiating induction training program through ICT is his brainchild only. These programs started just 2 months of his joining this institution. Programs through ICT mode are now offered by the institution in technical, pedagogy and other disciplinary areas also. Such initiatives by Professor Punia have made an indelible imprint on the technical education system. So with this brief introduction, I request Sir to address the participants.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Professor Bedi. Respected Madam Professor P.K. Tulsi ji, Dr. Sunil, Dr. S.P. Singh, Professor Ahuja, Ritu, prominent administrators and researchers at different centers who are connected with NITTTR Chandigarh since last 15 days. It was a very lengthy program, 15 days. No, it's difficult for the experts as well as to the listeners also. But I'll congratulate the team members, my team members, specifically Professor P.K. Tulsi ji, who is known for her discipline. Yes. So our department is a combination of knowledge and discipline. Nowhere I've found. An important thing of this program is it has been said that 9:30 means 9:30 it has been started. So our team should be congratulated, and not our team, you should also. Suppose in any class teacher is coming at 9:30 and if students are not available. Another situation can be when students are available, teachers are not there. So in fact it was a best combination, and beauty of this program is lot of appreciation we are getting. In addition to this appreciation, the presence which is visible from here, hundreds of teachers at 2 o'clock when depth of hunger is very high, in fact, and that time teachers are sitting and listening to us, giving lot of suggestions. So it's an amazing sign. We'll congratulate. We are really very happy the way the program has been conducted and the response which we are receiving, and hope these type of many programs will be conducting. My suggestion is, first of all, our student to whom we are teaching, particularly BTech. In our country, our stress is on BTech. Around 35 lakh students are doing this BTech, maybe other undergraduate programs they are participating in technical education, I am saying. So those 35 lakh students, when they are coming for the purpose of placement in front of the experts, when they are being interviewed, first of all, the document which is being asked, that is their project report or seminar report, the seminar or project which they have done. That report is making difference, in fact. Even for selecting any student, 90% contribution is the report which is in the hands of the students. If that report is filthy, that is not in good shape, immediately experts, whatever your knowledge may be, if it is not in presentable form, immediately team members are thinking that he is not an organized student. If he is organized, means the knowledge which he was having, he would have presented in a logical manner. It has presented. So my suggestion is, whatever learning you had, around 350 teachers, they have participated in this program. Can we start implementing this knowledge, particularly to our BTech students? The quality of BTech student, I'm not saying experimental work, what experimental work they have done, I'm not saying that one. That depends upon the infrastructure which is available or the expertise which is available in the department. That is separate issue. Another issue is whatever has been done, how it has been written, how it has been presented. That's very important. So I think in 10 days, the effectively 10 days we have done. Out of 10 days, I think 8 days has been spent on how those content has to be written, how it has to be presented, how references has to be written, how introduction chapter has to be written, how conclusions are to be written. So the sequence of the event, the sequence of the content which are to be presented, it is very important. So from today itself, we should plan that how our project work which has been done by the students, it should be prepared in a lucid manner. And my suggestion is, when you are guiding any BTech student, when we are guiding, it's group of students, maybe 5 students, 6 students, 7 students, and guide is one. Better you take 2 guides. One is guide senior, another one is junior, and then 6-7 students you are having. When they'll be writing report, that time senior teacher will be guiding that how those chapters, the sequencing of the chapters, it has to be, it should be 5 chapters, it should be 6 chapters, where the introduction will be, when the planning of the experimental setup will be, where the results will be, where conclusions will be coming, how those chapters should be, means in a synchronized manner, how those chapters should come. And the junior teacher, even during that project time, the writing time, he should learn from that senior teacher also. So here in an institute, suppose some 25 teachers has been trained by our faculty members. When you people are guiding your BTech students, better you take those teachers with you who couldn't have that opportunity, this opportunity of this training program, because it was amazing program and very good feedback we are receiving. So hope that one teacher who have taken this training, another teacher you please take with you who has not taken that training, but whatever you have learned, you please try to implement with the help of that teacher. So learning of that teacher will be reaching to every teacher in whole country by NITTTR Chandigarh. It's impossible. It will be possible only if we'll be having that type of bonding, that type of team, that type of networking we'll be having, and communication among the teachers it has to be. In an institute, foremost part is, important part is the teachers, and teachers will be important only if they will be having communication among all the teachers. Their bonding is very important. Sometime back I was discussing with our team members that how important this communication is. I was giving an example of butterfly. Butterfly flies for 180 days continuously. Suppose Today it has started to fly from NITTTR Chandigarh. After 180th day, exactly at 180th day, that butterfly will be reaching to NITTTR Chandigarh. So it seems very good, means the way she has traveled, and even after 180 days she is reaching to the same point. But beauty in this whole story is the lifespan of one butterfly is only 30 days. एक तितली जो है 30 दिन ही survive करती है. It means when she has started from NITTTR Chandigarh, on 30th day she won't be available on this earth. She'll vanish. But before vanishing, she is giving this message to her next generation that your target is after 150th day you'll have to reach to NITTTR Chandigarh. Like this one, they are communicating to everyone, and sixth generation of that butterfly is reaching to NITTTR Chandigarh. That's the strength of communication. So in an institute, if we want to bring the name and fame for that institute, foremost part is communication among the teachers. It's very, very important. Whatever knowledge you are having, whatever knowledge you have gathered due to your experience or due to such type of program, please share with your colleagues, please share with your teachers, and then that knowledge should be percolated to your students. Our property, our assets are our students. They should be trained. Their value has to be grown up in the society. They should become the valuable. The value of the money, whatever money they are spending in their higher education, that value should be, in fact, it should be gathered back. Value of the money it has to be, and that value will be coming if we teachers are contributing seriously. Now in our country, and first in our program, if you see, we have invited chairman NBAEA. Now for every institute who is having lifespan of 7 years, means who have passed 3 batches from that institute, it is mandatory for them to have NBA. National Board of Accreditation, now it has put a limit on every institute that will be giving the additional intake will be giving, or increase in intake will be providing you if you are having NBA accreditation. And in NBA accreditation, out of 1000 marks, 100 marks are for research, for R&D activities. The environment of research which you are having in your institute, the number of publications which you are having, number of theses you are guiding, number of research paper, number of research proposals you have submitted to different agencies for the purpose of funding. So 100 marks are there, and my experience is, because I am connected with NBA, most of the institute, 95% institutes are not getting more than 10 marks. Out of 100, 95% institutes are not getting more than 10% marks. So it's a very, very serious issue. Yes, any institute will be growing if they are having work culture as far as research is concerned. Research work culture, if they are having, they'll be growing. And research culture not only in the laboratories, even in every area, even the way I'm teaching, it needs research. Everything is changing. Every technology of teaching is changing. The learning methodologies are changing. The approaches are changing. Even the research which we people have done here, our core areas, our themes, our mandate, that is one part. Even this ICT part, if you see, in our country, I think 5-10 years back, no one was knowing this ICT. Even we people were not knowing. Around 3.5 years back, when I joined, Madam's department, education department, they have conducted one 2 days program, one 2 days conference you people have conducted, and that was on ICT, how ICT can be implemented as far as teaching learning processes are concerned. And we have taken clue from that one. Can we use this ICT for the purpose of connecting the teachers of the country, connecting the students of the country? And it was very new for us, very new. Even I was not knowing this word ICT. I never heard before that one. But during that conference, many interactions were there, sessions were there. We have taken this one, and we have started. Then I tried to find out what mechanism can be. From our facilities which we were having some video conferencing arrangements here. So with that video conferencing, we have started interacting with different institutes and putting our own apparatus in those institutes, our setups there, and connecting them through video conferencing. but it was difficult. Only 5 setups we were having, connecting in different corners of the country, putting them, installing them. It was quite difficult. Even bringing back after 5 days, it was quite difficult. And the biggest challenge was that this video conferencing is possible only if at your end, if connectivity is at least 1 Mbps, dedicated connectivity if you are having, then only we were able to connect. In our country, the challenge which we are having, our infrastructure, particularly ICT infrastructures, are very poor. So very limited number of institutes we were able to connect. Then we have given this problem to our students, MTech students, and the team members who are working here. We said, can you provide us the mechanism by which we can connect our institutes where even the connectivity is of dongle connectivity is available. 512 kbps if it is available, can we connect them? And without any video conferencing equipment, because the cost of video conferencing equipment is significantly higher. So many of the institutes of the country, because they are facing the problems of admissions and all financial difficulties they are having, so they were unable to put that much money in this mechanism. So we have done a lot of research in this area, and today you can see now 13 centers are there, and 13 centers not only from our region. We have increased our reach. We have touched Orissa also. Now Andhra was also connected. Many of the states which are nearby to NITTTRCHD Chandigarh also. So this is research. So in every area, wherever it is possible, where cost can be saved, life can made easy of human beings, and environmental conditions can be strengthened, that's research in fact. So where society is becoming healthier, your financial conditions are improving, and if the life of the human being is becoming comfortable, that is research. So in those areas, if it can be thought of. At present, if you see, and the research which we are doing, and long back when we are done, there is serious difference. That time even getting literature, it was very difficult. Now just you come on the keyboard of the laptop, connect with Google, and thousands of papers related to your area in which you would like to work, the literature is available. So now research is becoming easier, but same time it is becoming difficult also. When you try to find out, first when we try to finalize the topic, when we have finalized the topic and when we are putting on Google, we are finding that thousands of paper, thousands of researchers have worked in the same area. It seems nothing is, means it is there for working in that area. Nothing is spared. So it seems that everything has been done by the researchers, because lakhs of the students are working, the technical education is expanding. So the research is becoming difficult also. But in those small areas, if our theme, our approach is correct, then those small areas also can contribute in a bigger way also, as far as human life, as far as human comfort is concerned. So it's a great work has been done by our team members. And another achievement of this program is, whatever has been transacted, whatever has been communicated, whatever has been delivered, it is available on YouTube. Just you put Professor P.K. Tulsi, the lecture which has been delivered, that lecture is available. And we are having our own web portal. It is NCTL, NITTTRCHD Chandigarh Technology Enabled Learning. On that web portal, if you are going, I think more than 1200 videos in different areas, not only research methodology, in different areas, those video lectures are available. And even these lectures which has been delivered, after some time it will be transferred to NCTL. But before that one, just you go on the Google, just link my team members will be giving to you, and on that link all those videos are available. The next planning which we are having, we want to create some digital contents, particularly in research methodology, where the complete subject of research methodology can be digitized. And I was discussing with our faculty members that how that sequencing shall be done. And the approaches for BTech students, approaches for MTech students, approaches for PhD. These approaches are a bit different. So in a different fashion, in the different manner, how those approaches, how those themes can be digitized in fact. So I'll be requesting, we are trying to formulate those sequence of the lectures. Even I'm requesting to you people also, please give your suggestions also. How those lectures has to be delivered, should be put on web portal, so that every student, every teacher of the country shall take the benefit of that one. So sequencing of the topics for BTech students when they are writing their thesis, for MTech students when they are writing thesis, when they are doing research, and even for MTech also, what approach it has to be. And even approaches for engineering research and approaches for other research, it is also different. So please suggest us that how that demarcation can be done, how that line can be produced, which can divide this engineering, non-engineering researches also. So we want to create those type of digital contents which will be very useful for the students and teachers. For a year, we are preparing our operation plan. During this year, more than 250 programs already we have decided, and those programs, the details of those programs are available on our web portal. Please do visit our operation plan, and wherever you would like to connect that yes, this program is useful for us, please do connect with us. We are not charging anything. It can be a private institute, it can be a government institute. We are not charging. We are paying. In fact, we are paying some nominal charges to coordinators. We are paying the efforts which they are putting. We are paying to them. So please do connect with us, have a team, have serious efforts, and attend these programs seriously. The way you attended this program, please maintain this discipline. So I hope NITTTR Chandigarh will be helping you, contributing you, and the bonding from your side, the help from your side will be a serious help. And the foremost task is country should grow. Country will be growing if our students will be growing. Our students will be growing if our teachers are growing. Where teachers will be growing if NITTTR is growing. So like this one, this path of growth, it should be followed. Government of India is saying enough money is available. You take that money, spent on the teachers. We people are ready. Lot of initiatives we have taken in many areas, many programs we are conducting. Even we have invited to the AICT also. What they are thinking about the teachers. They are also giving some funding for the purpose of FDP, faculty development programs. But sir, the faculty development program which you are the funding which you are giving approximately 100 FDP programs. But in our case, in a week we are conducting 6-7 programs, and with one program like this one, say 13 centers are connected. In a week, even we are able to connect 100 centers. So your 1 year the planning, our 1 week planning, more or less it is in that synchronization. Yes, so that much capability we people are having. So now if AICT is also joining hands with us, NVA is joining hands with us, and you people are joining hands with us, certainly things in the country can change. The quality of technical education and the faith of the society, which earlier long back which they used to have on our institutes in technical education, that same faith can bring back. So thank you very much again to these young girls, the very young girls of our studio, our team members, Dr. Sunil, Dr. Bedi, Professor Tulsi. Again, I'll be congratulating for his very serious teamwork. Thank you very much.
Sir, we are highly thankful to you for giving certain ways to incorporate such type of aspects of research in the project work by the students, and beautifully using the example of butterfly to enhance communication network in the institution, and encouraging various centers also to come ahead and look into the opportunities ahead which are offered by our institution for joining centers and developing their own faculty. Thank you, sir. And now I request Dr. Professor Sunil, that co-coordinator of this program, to present vote of thanks.
Thank you, Professor Mrs. S.P. Bedi. Good afternoon, dear friends. Respected Dr. M.P. Punia, Dr. P.K. Tulsi, Shri S.P. Singh, Dr. Ahuja, and senior faculty member, chief guest, director, principals, and participating teachers at 13 various centers which are connected to this institute for research methodology. I take this opportunity to extend my sincere gratitude, first of all, to Dr. M.P. Punia, director of the institute, for his academic leadership, inspiration, support, and autonomy, which he has been providing to all of us at this institute. And you have listened to him just now, how he is inspiring all of us. So thank you very much, sir, and also for addressing the participants today. My thanks are also due to Professor S.P. Singh, Dr. Ahuja, and our student Ritu Maheshwari for joining us today in this session and also for sharing their views about research methodology. My thanks are also due to the director, the principals of 13 institutions who have shown great interest and concern toward research methodology and sending us requests for connecting their institution as nodal center of NITTTRCHD Chandigarh, and also for sponsoring number of faculty members for participating in this 2 weeks duration short-term course on research methodology. I am also thankful to Dr. P.K. Tulsi, Professor and Head Department of Education and Education Management, for her academic leadership during the design of this 2 weeks duration program, and also for providing us autonomy and engaging various sessions in this 2 weeks duration program. My thanks are also due to local coordinators of 13 institutions for making necessary arrangement in their institutions and also for collecting all the participants and उनको रूम में सेमिनार हॉल में ले जाना बहुत एक मुश्किल वाला काम है, वो उन्होंने संभाला. Thank you very much. And I'm also thankful to my faculty colleagues who have engaged various sessions during the conduct of the program. My thanks are also due to the external experts, also Dr. Suresh Kumar Sharma, Professor from Punjab University Chandigarh. My thanks are also due to the non-teaching staff of Education Television Center, namely Deepika, Monica, Harjot, and Dr. Rakesh was Professor and Head of Media Center, and the staff of Education and Education Management for providing us necessary support. The most important thanks to all the participating teachers who have attended this wonderful program. And we are very much sure that now they would start sensing the problematic situation and start undertaking small piece of research work. In fact, they will try to contribute towards developing a research culture in their respective organization. So thank you very much to all who are present here. Once again, thank you.
Very good.
Thank you.
Wonderful.